Let me say something to you that you may have never truly heard before. Your time has come. You are not waiting. You are not preparing. You are not earning. You are not striving. No. Your time has come, and I am not merely offering you encouragement or consolation. I speak to you in truth. I speak to you from the higher place within you that already knows the riches you are destined for. You may have forgotten, but your deeper self has always remembered. Now hear this clearly. The millions are not coming. They are already yours. Your mind has simply not yet accepted it. The riches you desire, the freedom, the abundance, the ease, they already exist in the eternal now. And all that is required of you is to enter the state of the one who already has them. I am telling you with all the authority of awakened imagination, your time has come. You have waited long enough. You have toiled in the illusion that you are a beggar asking for scraps from life. But you are not a beggar. You are a creator. You are the operant power. And you have never needed permission to be wealthy. You only needed the assumption. You only needed to feel the truth of your own abundance before it was made visible. And now you are ready. What is $1 million to the one who knows they are consciousness itself? It is a small thing. It is like a leaf in the breeze, easily caught. And yet, to the man who believes himself separate from his desires, it is a mountain he thinks he must climb. But you are not climbing. You are not reaching. You are being. You are dwelling in the state of already having. You are not waiting to be rich. You are rich now. When you close your eyes at night, do you feel the warmth of wealth around you? Do you lie there in peace, knowing you are the one who possesses millions? Because if you do, the outer world must bow to your inner state. This is not philosophy. This is law. The world reflects what you are conscious of being, not what you want, not what you wish for, but what you are aware of being. So I ask you now, who are you? Are you the one who will one day have millions? Or are you the one who already does? The answer is not in your bank account. The answer is not in the opinions of others. The answer is in your assumption, your feeling, your conviction. This is the secret. Live as though it were already true, and you will call it forth from the unseen into the seen. You do not need to know how. That is not your concern. The how is the domain of the bridge of incidents. Life will rearrange itself to match your assumption. Things will move. People will appear. Opportunities will arise, all in obedience to your inner world. But you must assume the state and remain there. Let the outside catch up. But never again shall you wait for proof before you believe. Say to yourself, even now, I am a millionaire. I feel it, I know it, I live it. Do not say it with hope. Say it with conviction. And if the world laughs at you, let it laugh. It does not matter. They are only reacting to your previous assumptions. But hold fast to your new state. And even the most stubborn facts must bow. Your only work is to persist in the assumption. This is the only effort required. It is not imagination versus reality. Imagination is reality. Imagination is reality. Your imagined state, held with feeling and faith, becomes the fact of your life. You think the world is solid, fixed, resistant, but I tell you, it is clay, it is putty, and you are the potter. Mold it gently, silently, persistently with your inner vision. You will wake up one morning, and the world will have changed. But the change began in you. You are not separate from your dream. You are the dreamer dreaming the dream. The dream of millions is not out there waiting to find you. It is within, already made real by the intensity of your assumption. You must feel it real. That is the only rule. Feeling is the secret. Not wishing, not hoping, not trying, but feeling it real. There is a version of you who is already living that life of freedom. They do not wonder how they will pay their bills. They do not worry over their future. They walk in power, in gratitude, in peace. And you are free to inhabit that self now. You do not become rich by chance. You become rich by identity. You claim it. You own it. You feel it. And then the world mirrors it. Some will tell you to hustle. Some will tell you to sacrifice. But I tell you, abundance is your birthright. You do not need to prove yourself to earn it. You need only to remember who you are. You are imagination. You are spirit. You are infinite awareness, clothed in flesh, and you are here, not to suffer or to strive, but to create. Your wealth is not outside of you. It has never been. It has always been within, waiting for your recognition. Now is the moment to say, I recognize myself as the one who is wealthy, not will be as. Let every thought you think, every word you speak, every action you take, come from the self that already possesses millions, and the world must conform. You will feel resistance. That is natural. The old state will try to assert itself, but do not fear it. It is only the echo of a former belief. You have moved. You live in a new state. You no longer identify with lack. Lack is a lie. Lack is a shadow. You are not the servant of circumstances. You are their master. You are the cause, not the effect. Every time you say I am, you are invoking the creative power of the universe. So say it well. Say it wisely. Say I am rich. I am prosperous. I am abundant. And do not merely repeat it. Feel it. Feel the weight of wealth in your pocket. Feel the joy of giving without fear. Feel the ease of a life where money flows freely. That feeling is the cause. The money is the effect. You may say, but I've said affirmations before, and nothing changed. And I ask you, did you feel them to be true? Did you assume the state and dwell in it? Or did you say them while doubting them in your heart? Because the universe does not respond to your words. It responds to your state of being. The feeling is the prayer. Go now into your inner room. Shut the door to the world of senses, and see yourself as the millionaire you truly are. See it clearly. Hear the words of congratulations. Smell the scent of luxury. Feel the texture of wealth. Let your imagination be vivid and alive, and then believe it. Believe it not as something you hope to reach, but as something you are returning to. Every great fortune was first a fantasy. Every empire began in the mind of a man who dared to believe, and you are no different. Your time has come because your imagination has awakened. You have remembered the truth, that you are the operant power. You do not need to wait for permission. You have already been chosen by the divine within. The world will tell you to be realistic. I tell you be real. And the only reality is consciousness. The only truth is imagination. So stop measuring your future by your current bank balance. That is not your source. Money is not your source. You are the source. You are the wellspring from which all things flow. The moment you accept this truth, you enter the state of wealth. You are no longer trying to become. You are being. You walk differently. You speak differently. You think differently. And all of it is based on your assumption of already having. That is the great secret. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Live from it. Speak from it. And the world will follow. I have told you nothing new. All I have done is remind you of who you are. The truth has always been with you, buried beneath layers of fear and doubt. But now those layers fall away. You are awake. You are aware. You are ready. And because you are ready, the millions are yours. I do not say they will be. I say they are. In this very moment they exist in your world. If you will only claim them, feel the shift. Feel the new identity. Walk in it. Rejoice in it. Persist in it. And the outer must become what the inner has accepted. Your time has come, my friend. You were not meant to struggle. You were not meant to worry. You were meant to create, to command, to enjoy. So create boldly, command wisely, enjoy fully, and never again say I hope. Say instead I am. I am wealthy. I am rich. I am limitless. These are not just words. They are bridges to a new reality. Walk across them, and as you do, the world will change. Not because it is changing you, but because you have changed yourself. You no longer need signs. You are the sign. You no longer need evidence. You are the evidence. You no longer need to wait, because your time has come. So go now, and live as the one who already has it all. Let the world call it magic, or luck, or coincidence, but you will know the truth. You will know that it was always you. You rise in the morning not asking for a sign, not looking for a shift, but knowing the shift has already happened, within you, around you, through you. The world you awaken to is a reflection of the self you have accepted during sleep. Your nights are now filled not with doubt, but with rehearsal. You rehearse the scene of the one who has already received. You walk through the rooms of your mansion in the stillness of your inner world. You hear the affirming voice of the banker, the partner, the friend, all saying, "It's done." You are no longer trying to figure out how it will happen. You are no longer concerned with the process. That is the role of imagination's infinite wisdom. You plant the seed, and the unseen processes take care of the unfolding. What farmer digs up his seed each morning to check its progress? None. He trusts the law. He knows the nature of what he's planted. And now you too trust in the invisible activity of assumption. You feel it real and rest, knowing that what you accepted within must find expression without. When the world shows you the opposite, you smile. You do not panic. You do not doubt. You do not cry out in despair. For now you understand. The world is always lagging behind your imagination. You live now in the future you have chosen. The present is only the residue of an old vibration. You do not argue with it. You simply do not feed it. Your attention remains fixed on the end. Wealth, freedom, joy, abundance. And because you dwell in that end, it must become your new present. People around you will notice a change. They will see you walk into a room and feel something different. Not arrogance, not pretense, but power. A quiet confidence that does not beg, does not chase, does not explain. You know who you are, and you are no longer playing the role of the one who lacks. That role is beneath you. That costume has been burned. You now dress yourself in royalty. You wear the invisible robes of the wealthy, and the outer garments must follow. You speak about the future as if it has already happened. You tell no one your secrets, because you know you do not need their permission to create. You carry your riches within you, hidden from the eyes of the world, but known to the infinite mind within. And when the time is right, when the fruit is ripe, it will fall into view, and the world will gasp and say, "How did this happen?" But you will not be surprised. You have lived it 1,000 times in your mind. There is no more waiting. There is only embodying. No more seeking signs and wonders. You are the sign. You are the wonder. You are the miracle in motion. And your wealth is now responding to the new self you have assumed. Let others race, hustle, toil, exhaust themselves with effort. You remain still. You remain silent. You remain sure. You do not need to work harder to become rich. You need to feel deeper. Feel it until it burns in your bones, until you know no other truth but this. I am the one who is wealthy beyond measure. If you feel it deeply enough, the outer world must yield. It has no choice. The law cannot be broken. It always reflects back what you are, not what you say, not what you pretend, but what you are. You are no longer poor pretending to be rich. You are rich pretending to be poor until the costume falls away. The reality is already within you. You are not moving toward it. You are moving from it. Your center is secure. Your foundation is set. And from this stable self-image, all things unfold. If you knew with absolute certainty that you were to receive $10 million tomorrow, how would you feel today? Would you worry about the cost of groceries? Would you stress over a bill? Would you lower your head in shame? No, you would smile. You would walk tall. You would give freely. You would speak with authority, because the money is coming. And yet I tell you, the money is already here. It exists now, in this moment, as a reality in the field of imagination, and by aligning with that reality, you summon it into form. Let this alignment become your habit. Let this assumption become your atmosphere. Breathe in the air of success. Drink the waters of abundance. Eat the bread of completion. This is your feast, prepared by your own inner Father, the I am within you. You do not ask, "May I have this?" You declare, "This is mine." And because you declare it with faith, it becomes fact. You are no longer surprised when blessings appear. You are not astonished when money flows. You do not say, "I can't believe this is happening." You say, "Of course, this is the natural outcome of who I am." And the universe, ever the faithful servant, continues to arrange itself in harmony with your self-image. Your conversations change. You no longer speak of problems. You speak of possibilities. You no longer repeat the stories of hardship. You tell the tales of triumph, because that is what you now expect. That is what you now experience. You do not wonder if it will work this time. You know it is working, because you are the work. You are the magic. You understand now that all things, money, success, homes, cars, luxury, are but shadows. They are not the power. They are the results. The power is you. The power is your assumption, and you wield it in silence, in stillness, in certainty. You do not perform. You do not prove. You simply are. Every breath you take is an affirmation of abundance. Every step you take is a declaration of wealth. You walk through life as if it were a banquet already paid for, a gift already received. You do not rush. You do not chase. You do not compete, because you already have what you once thought was missing. And now the world begins to bend. The phone call comes. The opportunity arises. The idea flows in. The money appears, not by magic, but by law. Not by luck, but by consciousness. And all because you dared to assume. You dared to feel it real. And now that you know the secret, you will never again live in fear. You are not the beggar at the gate. You are the king in his palace. You do not knock. You open. You do not wish. You command, not with arrogance, but with divine confidence. For you know the source is within. There is a calm about you now, a peace that cannot be shaken by numbers on a screen or letters in the mail. You know the truth. You know that money is a reflection, not a cause. You tend to the cause. You remain in the state, and the millions continue to show up, because you never stepped out of being the one who receives. You are like a magnet now, not chasing, but drawing, not begging, but attracting, not doubting, but knowing. And the more you dwell in the feeling, the faster the form arrives, because you have made the feeling your home. You do not visit it now and then. You live there. You do not return to the old self who waited, worried, or wondered. That self is gone, dissolved into memory. In its place stands the one who walks in power, who speaks with authority, who acts from certainty. You do not glance at the world to measure your success. You measure by the richness of your inner knowing. You measure by how deeply and frequently you return to the end. The end, the fulfillment, the conclusion. That is your dwelling place. You sit in it in silence. You walk in it in confidence. You speak from it with joy. You are no longer rehearsing how to get there. You are living from having already arrived. When you see something in the outer world that appears to contradict your assumption, you remain unmoved. You understand it as the dying breath of an old state, one that no longer holds dominion over you. You are free now, free from the need to fix the world. You do not need to manage the outer. You only manage the inner, and the inner takes care of the rest. You think only the thoughts that a wealthy person would think. You feel only the emotions of the fulfilled. You move with the rhythm of one who has nothing to fear. And as you do, all things align, not by force, not by strategy, but by the magnetic pull of your new self-concept. There are moments where the old self may whisper, "But what if it doesn't work this time?" And you smile gently, not in fear but in compassion. You do not argue. You do not resist. You simply return to the end. You rehearse again the scene of already having. You fall once more into the mood of the wish fulfilled. You saturate your mind with the tones of richness, and the voice of doubt fades like a shadow in the morning sun. You understand that no outer success can replace the inner foundation. You no longer seek wealth to feel powerful. You feel powerful, and so wealth appears. You no longer desire millions to escape lack. You have escaped lack in consciousness, and so the millions follow. You no longer use desire as a form of suffering. You use it now as a tool of creation. You take the desire, and you bring it inward. You dwell upon it, claim it, feel it, and from that moment on it is yours. You do not need to ask others what they think. You do not seek validation or agreement. You are past that. You have made your assumption, and it is law to you. You do not need support. You do not need applause. You know that the world is a mirror, and you are satisfied with the inner image you have chosen. You nurture it like a gardener nurtures a seed, and you do so in stillness and certainty. This certainty begins to influence every area of your life. People treat you differently, not because they know what you have, but because they feel what you are. You carry yourself differently. You no longer act small to make others comfortable. You no longer apologize for your dreams. You no longer hide your light. You understand now that abundance is not just about money. It is about identity. It is about freedom of being. It is about choosing who you are and remaining loyal to it, no matter what the world shows. The man who has assumed wealth does not check the price of everything in fear. He gives freely. He moves with grace. He expects favor. And that expectation is not a performance. It is a reflection of the inner world he has accepted. You are now that man, that woman, that being. You have moved into the role, not as fantasy, but as truth. And now the outer must catch up. You will see the signs. Yes, but you will not need them. You may be given a sudden check, an opportunity, a new idea. But these are not what make you rich. They are only the echo of your assumption. The real riches are in your feeling, the inner tone, the belief that has become flesh. And because it is now your nature, the millions are inevitable. The world may call it strange. They may ask you how you knew, how you saw it coming. And you will smile, because you didn't wait to see. You chose to see before it showed. You made your inner vision more real than your outer facts. And that, always and forever, is the creative act. You remember now that you are made in the image of the Creator, not a servant of fate, but a director of it. You are not hoping life gives you what you want. You are giving yourself what life must obey. That is the difference between the masses and the master. The masses wait. The master assumes. The masses wish. The master knows. And you have crossed the line. You are now among the few who dare to live from the end. As you continue to assume this truth, the noise of the world grows dim. The opinions of others carry no weight. The balance in your account no longer defines you. The promises and delays of outer systems no longer concern you, because you know now without doubt or hesitation that everything begins within. Each time you return to the feeling of wealth, you are rewriting the script. You are recasting yourself in the role of the one who owns, possesses, gives, receives and enjoys without guilt or fear. And as you repeat this inner act, as you make it more and more vivid, more and more natural, the outer must bow. The dream must yield to the dreamer. You may go about your day performing ordinary tasks, buying groceries, answering emails, taking walks, but inwardly you are no longer the same. The one who walks through the store is the one who owns the land. The one who picks up the phone is the one who funds empires. The one who sips his morning tea is the one who knows he has all things. And so with every step, your state is confirmed and reconfirmed, not by words alone, but by your unwavering presence. As this becomes your new normal, the world accelerates to match you. The bridge of incidents becomes so seamless, so natural, that you barely notice it unfolding. A conversation leads to a deal. A nudge leads to a decision. A casual moment births an avalanche of abundance. And yet you are not surprised, because the miracle was never the money, it was the knowing. You no longer look outside and ask, where is it? You close your eyes and say, it is done. You walk into each moment not to get, but to express what you've already claimed. You show up as the one who already has it, and the world has no choice but to confirm. This is the essence of divine assumption, to live so fully in the state of already having, that even the winds and seas of circumstance must obey. And so you let go of time. You let go of needing it to happen by this hour or that date, because the moment you accepted it inwardly, it was done. You understand now that manifestation is not about forcing the outer, it is about becoming inwardly. And the moment you became it, the outcome was sealed. You understand the law now, not as something to use but as something you are. You are the law made visible. You are the assumption that creates. You are the awareness that commands. And the more you rest in this, the more easily all things are added unto you. So you do not strive. You do not struggle. You rest in the truth. You rest in the truth. You rest in the state. You let the assumption do the work, because you now know with unshakable certainty that your time has come. You no longer wait for signs, for proof, for permission. You are the sign. You are the proof. You are the permission. The millions are not in your future. They are in your now, waiting for you to claim them by being the one who already possesses them. Stand in this truth and do not waver. Feel it so deeply that no circumstance can distract you. Walk as if you already hold the fortune in your hands, and the world will rush to catch up with your inner conviction. This is not arrogance. It is divine responsibility. for you have remembered what most have forgotten, that imagination creates reality. So I say to you now, assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, live from it, speak from it, think from it, for the kingdom is within you, and everything you could ever want or need is waiting at the door of your assumption. The key is in your hand. Turn it, open it, step into the life already designed for you by the God within. Your time has come. You will have millions, and nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop it now.
I tell you with complete assurance that the universe in which you live is not something outside of yourself. It is not a vast expanse of space and matter existing independently of your consciousness. The universe is your consciousness externalized. It is your imagination made visible. It is the outer picture of your inner assumptions. And the sooner you realize this tremendous truth, the sooner you shall master the art of deliberate creation. Now let us begin with the first principle, relaxation. Most of you are familiar with the biblical passage, "Be still, and know that I am God." This stillness, this divine relaxation is not idleness. It is not laziness. It is the most profound activity of which man is capable. For in this stillness, in this complete relaxation of your conscious mind, you allow the divine power within you to express itself without interference. When I speak of relaxation, I am speaking of a mental attitude rather than a physical state. Though physical relaxation often accompanies mental relaxation, it is the mental state that concerns us here. Mental relaxation is the absence of resistance. It is the cessation of struggle. It is the complete surrender to your divine self, the God within you. In your daily life, observe how often you are in a state of resistance. Notice how frequently you push against what is, how constantly you struggle against circumstances, how persistently you fight against conditions. This resistance, this struggle, this fight, these are the very forces that keep your desires from materializing in your world. When you resist a condition, you give it power. When you struggle against a circumstance, you energize it. When you fight against a situation, you sustain it. The very act of resistance keeps the unwanted condition alive in your experience. For whatever you resist persists. Instead, I urge you to cultivate the divine art of relaxation. Learn to be still. Learn to quiet your conscious mind. Learn to silence the incessant chatter of your surface thoughts. For it is in this stillness, in this divine quietude, that the power of God within you can express itself without hindrance. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. Yet Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. This is the perfect example of divine relaxation. The lily does not struggle to become a lily. It does not fight to express its beauty. It does not resist its environment. It simply allows the divine life force within it to express itself naturally, effortlessly, perfectly. You too can express your divinity with the same natural ease, the same effortless perfection, if you will but learn the art of divine relaxation. For in relaxation, in the absence of resistance, in the cessation of struggle, you allow the God within you to express itself without interference. Now, how do you achieve this state of divine relaxation? First, you must recognize that all power resides within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you. The creative power of the universe is not something outside of yourself. It is your own wonderful human imagination. And this imagination, this divine creative faculty, works best when your conscious mind is relaxed. So begin by finding a quiet place where you will not be disturbed. Sit or lie comfortably. Close your eyes. Take several deep breaths, inhaling slowly and exhaling completely. Feel the tension leaving your body with each exhalation. Allow your muscles to relax. Let go of all physical discomfort. Feel yourself becoming more and more relaxed with each breath. Now turn your attention to your thoughts. Notice the incessant chatter of your conscious mind. Do not attempt to silence this chatter forcibly. Simply observe it without judgment. Watch your thoughts as they arise and pass away. Do not engage with them. Do not analyze them. Do not resist them. Simply observe them with detached awareness. As you continue this practice, you will notice that the gaps between your thoughts begin to widen. The chatter of your conscious mind begins to subside. A profound stillness begins to envelop you. This is the beginning of divine relaxation. This is the doorway to the kingdom within. In this state of relaxation, your subconscious mind becomes receptive to the seeds of your desires. For it is your subconscious mind that is the creative power, the God within you. Your conscious mind merely plants the seed, but it is your subconscious mind that causes it to grow and bear fruit. And your subconscious mind accepts most readily those ideas that are presented to it in a state of relaxation. When your conscious mind is busy, when it is filled with the noise of resistance and struggle, the seeds of your desires cannot penetrate to the fertile soil of your subconscious. But in relaxation, in the silence of your conscious mind, the seeds of your desires find easy entry to the creative soil of your subconscious. So relax, be still. Know that the I am within you is God. Trust in this divine power. Allow it to express itself without interference. For in relaxation, in the absence of resistance, in the stillness of your conscious mind, the God within you works its wonders. Let us now move to the second principle, trusting the process. Trust is faith in action. It is the practical application of your belief in the divine power within you. It is the lived expression of your confidence in the creative process of manifestation. Most of you understand intellectually that your consciousness creates your reality. You know theoretically that your imagination is the creative power of God within you. You comprehend conceptually that your assumptions persisted in become fact. But how many of you trust this process enough to live by it? How many of you have sufficient faith in the creative power of your consciousness to rely upon it completely? Trust in the process means having absolute confidence that the seeds you plant in your subconscious mind must inevitably bear fruit in your outer world. It means knowing with unshakable certainty that what you impress upon your subconscious must, by divine law, objectify itself in your experience. This trust, this absolute confidence, this unshakable certainty comes from understanding the law of identical harvest. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. This is not a moral injunction. It is not a statement of divine reward or punishment. It is simply the description of an impersonal law. It is the statement of a principle that operates with mathematical precision in the realm of consciousness. Just as a seed of corn can produce only corn, just as a seed of wheat can yield only wheat, so a seed of consciousness can manifest only its identical match in your outer world. If you plant a seed of lack in your consciousness, you will reap lack in your experience. If you sow a seed of failure in your mind, you will harvest failure in your life. If you impress poverty upon your subconscious, poverty will express itself in your circumstances. Conversely, if you plant a seed of abundance in your consciousness, you will reap abundance in your experience. If you sow a seed of success in your mind, you will harvest success in your life. If you impress wealth upon your subconscious, wealth will express itself in your circumstances. This is the law. This is the process. And it operates with unfailing precision, with mathematical exactitude, with scientific certainty. Your consciousness is the one and only creative power in your universe. And what you assume, what you accept, what you believe, what you feel to be true, this is what must manifest in your world. So trust the process. Have absolute confidence in the creative power of your consciousness. Know with unshakable certainty that what you impress upon your subconscious must, by divine law, objectify itself in your experience. Now, how do you develop this trust? How do you cultivate this confidence? How do you establish this certainty? Through experience, through personal verification, through direct knowledge. You must prove the law in your own life. You must test the principle in your own experience. You must validate the process in your own consciousness. Begin with small things. Assume a state of consciousness that implies the fulfillment of a minor desire. Persist in this assumption until it feels natural to you. Then watch how circumstances rearrange themselves to conform to your assumption. Observe how events conspire to materialize your desire. Notice how your outer world reshapes itself to match your inner state. As you witness the creative power of your consciousness in these small matters, your trust in the process will grow. Your confidence in the law will increase. Your certainty of your divine creative capacity will strengthen. And as your trust, your confidence, your certainty expand, you will apply the process to increasingly significant desires. You will use the law for ever greater manifestations. You will employ your creative power for more and more magnificent expressions. Eventually, you will reach a state of complete trust in the process. You will have absolute confidence in the creative power of your consciousness. You will know with unshakable certainty that what you impress upon your subconscious must, by divine law, objectify itself in your experience. And in this state of complete trust, of absolute confidence, of unshakable certainty, you will become a conscious creator, a deliberate manifester, a knowing participant in the divine process of creation. So trust the process. Have faith in the law. Be confident in your divine creative power. For in trusting the process, in having faith in the law, in being confident in your divine creative power, you align yourself with the infinite intelligence of the universe. You harmonize with the creative force of God. You unite with the divine wisdom of your higher self. Let us now consider the third principle, letting the universe deliver. This principle is perhaps the most misunderstood of the three. For many of you confuse letting the universe deliver with a passive waiting for something outside of yourself to bring you your desires. But there is no power outside of yourself. There is no intelligence beyond your consciousness. There is no universe separate from your awareness. The universe is your consciousness externalized. It is your imagination made visible. It is your assumptions objectified. So when I speak of letting the universe deliver, I am not referring to a passive waiting for some external power to manifest your desires. I am speaking of allowing your own divine creative consciousness to express itself without interference from your limited conscious mind. Your conscious mind, with its incessant chatter, its constant doubts, its persistent fears, its habitual worries, this is what obstructs the manifestation of your desires. This is what hinders the expression of your creative power. This is what delays the delivery of your manifestations. Letting the universe deliver means releasing all mental effort. It means relinquishing all conscious striving. It means surrendering all intellectual struggle. For your desires are not manifested by the effort of your conscious mind. They are brought into being by the effortless activity of your subconscious. Your subconscious mind, which is the God within you, needs no help from your conscious mind to create your reality. It knows exactly how to rearrange circumstances, how to orchestrate events, how to coordinate people and things and situations to manifest your desires in the most efficient, the most harmonious, the most perfect manner. But if your conscious mind is constantly interfering, if it's always trying to figure out how your desires will be manifested, if it is ceaselessly attempting to determine when your manifestations will appear, if it is perpetually endeavoring to identify who or what will bring your desires into being, then you are obstructing the divine creative process. You are hindering the effortless activity of your subconscious. You are delaying the manifestation of your desires. Instead, once you have planted the seed of your desire in your subconscious through the feeling of its fulfillment, once you have impressed upon your subconscious the consciousness of your wish fulfilled, once you have established within yourself the state of having already received what you desire, then let go. Release it. Surrender it to the divine creative process of your subconscious. This does not mean forgetting about your desire. It does not mean being indifferent to its manifestation. It does not mean adopting an attitude of I don't care whether it happens or not. Rather, it means resting in the absolute assurance that what you have impressed upon your subconscious must, by divine law, objectify itself in your experience. It means dwelling in the calm certainty that the seed you have planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious is even now germinating, growing, developing, and in due season will bear fruit. It means abiding in the tranquil confidence that the state of consciousness you have assumed is even now rearranging your outer world to conform to its nature. In practical terms, letting the universe deliver means going about your daily activities without anxiety, without worry, without doubt concerning the manifestation of your desire. It means living from the state of consciousness that implies the fulfillment of your desire is already an accomplished fact. It means feeling the feeling of your wish fulfilled in the now moment, regardless of appearances to the contrary in your outer world. For remember, your outer world is nothing more than the reflection of your inner state of consciousness. It is the shadow cast by your assumptions. It is the effect of which your consciousness is the cause. And just as a shadow cannot help but conform to the object that casts it, just as an effect cannot fail to express the nature of its cause, so your outer world cannot but reflect the state of your consciousness. So, let the universe deliver. Release all mental effort. Relinquish all conscious striving. Surrender all intellectual struggle. Rest in the absolute assurance that what you have impressed upon your subconscious must, by divine law, objectify itself in your experience. Dwell in the calm certainty that the seed you have planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious is even now germinating, growing, developing, and in due season will bear fruit. Abide in the tranquil confidence that the state of consciousness you have assumed is even now rearranging your outer world to conform to its nature. Now, having outlined the three principles, relaxation, trusting the process, and letting the universe deliver, let us delve deeper into their practical application in your daily life. The practice of these principles is not confined to specific meditation sessions or visualization exercises, although these can be valuable. Rather, these principles are to be integrated into your very way of being, your fundamental approach to life, your basic orientation toward existence. Begin by cultivating the habit of mental relaxation throughout your day. Whenever you notice yourself becoming tense, whenever you find yourself resisting what is, whenever you catch yourself struggling against circumstances, pause. Take a deep breath. Remind yourself that resistance only gives power to the unwanted condition. Remember that struggle only energizes the undesired circumstance. Recognize that fight only sustains the unwelcome situation. Then consciously relax your mind. Deliberately release your resistance. Intentionally cease your struggle. Purposefully abandon your fight. Allow the divine within you, your own wonderful human imagination, to express itself without the interference of your conscious resistance. This does not mean accepting the unwanted condition as permanent. It does not mean resigning yourself to the undesired circumstance. It does not mean acquiescing to the unwelcome situation. Rather, it means recognizing that relaxation, not resistance, is the pathway to change. It means understanding that surrender, not struggle, is the doorway to transformation. It means realizing that acceptance, not fight, is the entranceway to manifestation. Next, reinforce your trust in the process throughout your day. Whenever doubt arises, whenever fear surfaces, whenever worry emerges, pause. Take a deep breath. Remind yourself that your consciousness creates your reality. Remember that your imagination is the creative power of God within you. Recognize that your assumptions persisted in become fact. Then consciously cultivate trust. Deliberately nurture faith. Intentionally develop confidence. Purposefully establish certainty. Know with unshakable assurance that what you impress upon your subconscious must, by divine law, objectify itself in your experience. Again, this does not mean blind faith in something outside of yourself. It does not mean unquestioning belief in an external power. It does not mean credulous acceptance of a separate intelligence. Rather, it means trusting in the creative power of your own consciousness. It means having faith in the divine law that operates through your own imagination. It means believing in the God within you. Finally, practice letting the universe deliver throughout your day. Whenever you find yourself trying to figure out how your desire will manifest, whenever you catch yourself attempting to determine when your manifestation will appear, whenever you notice yourself endeavoring to identify who or what will bring your desire into being, pause. Take a deep breath. Remind yourself that mental effort obstructs manifestation. Remember that conscious striving hinders creation. Recognize that intellectual struggle delays delivery. Then, consciously release all mental effort. Deliberately relinquish all conscious striving. Intentionally surrender all intellectual struggle. Purposefully abandon all attempts to control the manifestation process. Rest in the absolute assurance that the divine creative process is unfolding perfectly, exactly as it should, in exactly the right way, at exactly the right time. Once more, this does not mean forgetting about your desire. It does not mean being indifferent to its manifestation. It does not mean adopting an attitude of I don't care whether it happens or not. Rather, it means dwelling in the consciousness of your wish fulfilled, feeling the feeling of its accomplishment, living from the state of its realization, while releasing all concern about the how, the when, the who, and the what of its manifestation. Now let me share with you a personal experience that illustrates the power of these principles. Some years ago, I desired a particular lecture hall for a series of talks I wished to give. This hall was in great demand and was usually booked months in advance. Yet I needed it for a series beginning just 2 weeks hence. Instead of rushing about, making frantic inquiries, filling out multiple applications, and generally engaging in what the world calls practical action, I applied the principles I am sharing with you tonight. I relaxed my mind. I trusted the process. I let the universe deliver. In my imagination, I saw myself standing on the platform of that specific hall. I felt the satisfaction of addressing my audience in that particular venue. I experienced the joy of sharing these divine truths in that precise location. I dwelt in the consciousness of my wish fulfilled. I lived from the state of its accomplishment. I abided in the feeling of its realization. Then I released it. I made no phone calls. I submitted no applications. I pulled no strings. I simply went about my daily activities, dwelling in the consciousness that my desire was already fulfilled, that the hall was already secured, that the arrangements were already complete. 3 days later, I received a telephone call from the manager of the hall. He informed me that a booking for the exact dates I desired had just been cancelled, and he thought of me immediately. He asked if I would like to use the hall for those dates. Naturally, I accepted his offer with gratitude, knowing that it was not chance or coincidence that had brought this about, but the operation of divine law through my consciousness. This is but one of countless examples I could share with you of the effectiveness of these principles. And what I have done, you can do also. For the power that created this experience is not peculiar to me. It is not a special gift granted to a select few. It is divine birthright of every human being. It is the creative power of your own consciousness, your own wonderful human imagination, the God within you. Let me now address some of the common obstacles you may encounter as you begin to apply these principles, and offer guidance on how to overcome them. The first obstacle is the evidence of your senses. Your physical senses show you a world that seems solid, fixed, immutable. They present you with circumstances that appear real, substantial, objective. They offer you conditions that seem independent of your consciousness, separate from your awareness, external to your being. And if you trust your senses, if you believe what they show you, if you accept as real what they present to you, then you will find it difficult to practice these principles. For your senses will contradict your imagination. Your physical vision will deny your spiritual vision. Your outer perception will oppose your inner conception. But I tell you with absolute certainty that your senses show you only the effects of past causes. They reveal to you only the results of previous states of consciousness. They display to you only the consequences of former assumptions. They do not and cannot show you the creative power of your present consciousness, the transformative force of your current imagination, the manifestation potential of your new assumptions. So, do not judge by appearances. Do not be swayed by what your senses reveal. Do not be influenced by what your physical vision shows. Instead, judge righteous judgment. See through the eye of imagination. Look with the vision of consciousness. For the kingdom of heaven is within you, and from this inner kingdom comes the power to transform your world. The second obstacle is the beliefs and opinions of others. As you begin to practice these principles, as you start to apply this divine law, as you commence to live by these spiritual truths, you may encounter resistance from those around you. Friends may question your unrealistic approach. Family may challenge your impractical methods. Colleagues may criticize your irrational techniques. And if you value their opinions, if you respect their beliefs, if you honor their judgments more than you trust your own inner knowing, then you will find it difficult to persist in these principles. For their voices will drown out the still, small voice within you. Their perspectives will obscure your inner vision. Their viewpoints will cloud your spiritual perception. But I tell you with complete assurance that no one can enter the kingdom of heaven for you. No one can experience the creative power of consciousness on your behalf. No one can know the transformative force of imagination for you. This is a journey you must take alone, a path you must walk by yourself, a realization you must come to through your own direct experience. So do not be swayed by the opinions of others. Do not be influenced by their beliefs. Do not be affected by their judgments. Instead, trust your own inner knowing. Have faith in your own spiritual perception. Be confident in your own divine intuition. For the kingdom of heaven is within you, not within others. And from your own inner kingdom comes the guidance you need to transform your world. The third obstacle is your own past experiences. As you attempt to apply these principles, as you endeavor to practice this divine law, as you strive to live by these spiritual truths, you may be hindered by memories of past failures, records of previous disappointments, recollections of former setbacks. And if you allow these past experiences to define your expectations, if you permit these previous results to shape your beliefs, if you suffer these former outcomes to determine your assumptions, then you will find it difficult to maintain faith in these principles. For your past will seem to predict your future. Your history will appear to dictate your destiny. Your former experiences will look to be the template for your coming experiences. But I tell you with utter conviction that your past has no power over your future, except that which you give it through your consciousness. Your history has no control over your destiny except that which you grant it through your imagination. Your former experiences have no authority over your coming experiences except that which you bestow upon them through your assumptions. So, do not be defined by your past experiences. Do not be limited by your history. Do not be confined by your former results. Instead, create newly from this present moment. Imagine freshly from this current point in time. Assume differently from this now. For the kingdom of heaven is within you, not within your past. And from this inner kingdom comes the power to create a new and different future. The fourth obstacle is impatience. As you begin practicing these principles, as you start applying this divine law, as you commence living by these spiritual truths, you may become anxious for results, eager for manifestations, impatient for visible evidence. And if you allow this impatience to dominate your consciousness, if you permit this anxiety to pervade your awareness, if you suffer this eagerness to infiltrate your being, then you will find it difficult to maintain the state of relaxation necessary for these principles to work effectively. For impatience is a form of resistance. Anxiety is a type of struggle. Eagerness is a kind of fight. And resistance, struggle, and fight are the very forces that obstruct manifestation. But I tell you with complete confidence that divine timing is perfect timing. God's schedule is the ideal schedule. The universe's calendar is the optimal calendar. When you have impressed your desire upon your subconscious through the feeling of its fulfillment, when you have established within yourself the consciousness of your wish fulfilled, when you have assumed the state of having already received what you desire, then the manifestation of your desire is already assured. It is already a done deal. It is already an accomplished fact in consciousness and must, by divine law, express itself in your experience at the perfect time, in the perfect way, through the perfect channels. So do not be impatient for results. Do not be anxious for manifestations. Do not be eager for visible evidence. Instead, rest in the absolute assurance that what you have impressed upon your subconscious must objectify itself in your experience. Dwell in the calm certainty that the seed you have planted is even now growing and will in due season bear fruit. Abide in the tranquil confidence that your assumed state is even now rearranging your outer world to conform to its nature. For the kingdom of heaven is within you, not in some future time. And from this inner kingdom comes the perfect timing for the manifestation of your desires. The fifth and final obstacle is doubt. As you practice these principles, as you apply this divine law, as you live by these spiritual truths, you may experience moments of uncertainty, periods of skepticism, episodes of disbelief. And this is natural. This is normal. This is to be expected. for being conditioned from childhood to believe in the reality of the external world, to accept the testimony of your senses, to trust in the evidence of your physical vision. You have been taught that hard work, practical action, and material effort are the only reliable means of achieving your goals, accomplishing your objectives, and realizing your desires. You have been indoctrinated with the belief that reality is something outside of yourself, independent of your consciousness, separate from your awareness. So, moments of doubt are to be expected as you transition from this materialistic worldview to the spiritual understanding that consciousness is the one and only reality, that imagination is the creative power of God within you. That assumption, though false to reason, if persisted in, will harden into fact. When these moments of doubt arise, do not fight them. Do not resist them. Do not struggle against them. For what you resist persists, what you fight you energize, what you struggle against you sustain. Instead, simply observe your doubts without judgment. Notice them without engagement. Be aware of them without attachment. Then, gently remind yourself of the times when these principles have worked in your life, the occasions when this divine law has manifested your desires, the instances when these spiritual truths have transformed your circumstances. Recall the evidence you have already accumulated of the creative power of your consciousness. Remember the proof you have already gathered of the manifestational force of your imagination. Recollect the verification you have already collected of the transformative effect of your assumptions. If you have not yet accumulated such evidence, such proof, such verification in your own experience, then recall the examples I have shared with you of how these principles have worked in my life. Remember the illustrations I have offered of how this divine law has manifested my desires. Recollect the instances I have recounted of how these spiritual truths have transformed my circumstances. Better yet, experiment with these principles for yourself. Test this divine law in your own experience. Validate these spiritual truths in your own life. Apply these principles to small, easily believable desires until you accumulate your own evidence, gather your own proof, collect your own verification. For the kingdom of heaven is within you, not in some external authority. And from this inner kingdom comes the direct experience that dissolves all doubt. Now let me address a question that may be arising in your mind. If my consciousness creates my reality, if my imagination is the creative power of God within you, if my assumption determine my experience, then why do I experience unwanted conditions? Why do I encounter undesired circumstances? Why do I face unwelcome situations? The answer is simple yet profound. You experience what you are conscious of. You encounter what you imagine. You face what you assume. And much of your consciousness, much of your imagination, much of your assumption is habitual, automatic, unconscious. From early childhood, you have been forming assumptions about yourself and your world. You have been establishing beliefs about what is possible and what is impossible, what is easy and what is difficult, what is available to you and what is beyond your reach. You have been developing concepts about your own abilities, potentials, and limitations. You have been creating ideas about how the world works, how people behave, how life unfolds. And these assumptions, these beliefs, these concepts, these ideas, many of which were formed before you had the maturity to evaluate them critically, before you had the wisdom to assess them accurately, before you had the understanding to judge them appropriately, have become the silent, invisible, unconscious foundation of your consciousness. They are the unexamined substrate of your imagination. They are the unquestioned basis of your assumptions. And from this foundation, from this substrate, from this basis flows your experience of reality. For consciousness is the only reality, and what you are conscious of, you experience. Imagination is the creative power, and what you imagine, you encounter. Assumption is the formative force, and what you assume, you face. So if you experience unwanted conditions, if you encounter undesired circumstances, if you face unwelcome situations, do not look outside yourself for the cause. Do not blame external factors. Do not fault other people. For the cause is within you, in your own consciousness, in your own imagination, in your own assumptions. This is not to make you feel guilty. This is not to assign blame. This is not to lay responsibility. This is to empower you. For if the cause of your experiences lies within your consciousness, then the power to change those experiences also lies within your consciousness. If the source of your circumstances resides in your imagination, then the ability to transform those circumstances also resides in your imagination. If the origin of your situations dwells in your assumptions, then the capacity to alter those situations also dwells in your assumptions. You are not a victim of external conditions. You are the creator of all that you experience. You are not at the mercy of outside circumstances. You are the author of all that you encounter. You are not subject to external situations. You are the originator of all that you face. This is the greatest freedom, the ultimate liberation, the consummate emancipation. For in recognizing that your consciousness creates your reality, that your imagination is the creative power, that your assumptions determine your experience, you reclaim your divine birthright as a creator, as a manifestor, as a shaper of reality. So if you wish to change your experience, change your consciousness. If you desire to transform your circumstances, alter your imagination. If you want to modify your situations, adjust your assumptions. For the kingdom of heaven is within you. And from this inner kingdom comes the power to recreate your world in the image and likeness of your desires. Now let me provide you with a practical process for applying these principles in your daily life, a step-by-step method for harnessing the creative power of your consciousness, a systematic approach to manifesting your desires through your imagination. The first step is to clarify your desire. What is it that you truly want? What is it that you genuinely desire? What is it that you sincerely wish to experience? Be specific. Be clear. For vague desires lead to vague manifestations. Take the time to contemplate your desire deeply. Ensure that it is something you truly want, not something you think you should want, not something others expect you to want, not something society conditions you to want. Your desire should resonate with your authentic self, align with your true nature, harmonize with genuine being. Also ensure that your desire is for the end, not the means. Focus on what you ultimately want to experience, not on how you think it should come about. For the divine creative power within you, your own wonderful human imagination, knows infinitely more than your conscious mind about the perfect means for manifesting your desire. It has access to infinite intelligence, boundless wisdom, limitless resources. It can orchestrate people, events, and circumstances in ways that your conscious mind cannot even conceive. The second step is to enter a state of relaxation. Find a quiet place where you will not be disturbed. Sit or lie comfortably. Close your eyes, take several deep breaths, inhaling slowly and exhaling completely. Feel the tension leaving your body with each exhalation. Allow your muscles to relax. Let go of all physical discomfort. Now turn your attention to your thoughts. Notice the incessant chatter of your conscious mind. Do not attempt to silence this chatter forcibly. Simply observe it without judgment. Watch your thoughts as they arise and pass away. Do not engage with them. Do not analyze them. Do not resist them. Simply observe them with detached awareness. As you continue this practice, you will notice that the gaps between your thoughts begin to widen. The chatter of your conscious mind begins to subside. A profound stillness begins to envelop you. This is the beginning of divine relaxation. This is the doorway to the kingdom within. The third step is to create a scene that implies the fulfillment of your desire. This scene should be simple, brief, and easy to visualize. It should represent the end result of your desire, not the process of achieving it. It should be a scene that would naturally occur after your desire has been fulfilled. For example, if your desire is for a promotion at work, you might create a scene in which a colleague is congratulating you on your new position. If your desire is for improved health, you might create a scene in which your doctor is expressing amazement at your perfect health report. If your desire is for harmonious relationship, you might create a scene in which you and your partner are enjoying a moment of deep connection and mutual appreciation. The scene should involve as many senses as possible. See the details of the environment. Hear the sounds in the scene. Feel the emotions and physical sensations associated with the fulfillment of your desire. Smell the aromas present in the scene. Taste whatever is appropriate to the scene. The more senses you involve, the more real the scene becomes to your subconscious mind, and the more effectively it is impressed upon your consciousness. The fourth step is to enter the scene and experience it as if it were happening now. This is not merely visualizing the scene as if watching a movie. It is not simply observing the scene from a distance. It is actually entering the scene and experiencing it from the first-person perspective, as if it were occurring in this very moment.
There comes a moment in life when the unseen hand of God begins to move in ways that are beyond human comprehension. When the divine is preparing to bless you with something greater than you have ever known, the signs will not be written in the sky, nor will they be announced with thunder. Instead, they will whisper to you in the depths of your being, calling you to recognize the shift that is unfolding. The first sign is a deep inner stirring, a knowing without evidence. It is as if your soul is awakening from a long sleep, sensing that something extraordinary is on the horizon. You may not be able to explain it, but within you there is a quiet assurance that a transformation is near. The world around you may look the same, but your perception of it begins to change, and you start feeling an unusual sense of expectation. Then you will notice doors closing. Opportunities you once relied on may suddenly vanish. People who once walked beside you may distance themselves. Do not mistake this for loss. It is a divine redirection. When God is preparing to give you something bigger, He clears the path of everything that no longer serves your destiny. What seems like rejection is in truth protection, for you are being led towards something that aligns with the highest version of yourself. A sense of isolation may come next. You might feel as if you are walking this path alone, misunderstood by those around you. But understand this: solitude is a sacred space where God refines you, where He strips away distractions so that you may hear His voice clearly. In the silence, revelation comes. You begin to see with spiritual eyes, no longer bound by appearances, but guided by faith. There will be trials, tests of endurance and patience. These are not obstacles to deter you, but lessons to prepare you. Before elevation, there is always transformation. You are being shaped, molded, strengthened for what is to come. Trust that every challenge is a step toward your breakthrough, and know that no test is given without the grace to overcome it. Unusual synchronicities will begin to appear. Signs and symbols will align in ways too perfect to be coincidence. A word spoken by a stranger, a dream that stirs your heart, a repeated message appearing in unexpected places. All of these are whispers from the divine, assuring you that you are on the right path. Pay attention, for the universe speaks in a language of signs. A deep peace will settle over you. Even in uncertainty, even when nothing in the external world confirms what you feel inside, you will experience a quiet confidence. This peace is the ultimate sign that what is meant for you is already unfolding. It is not based on circumstances, but on an unshakable trust that God is at work. And then, just when you least expect it, the breakthrough will come. It will not come through force, nor through struggle, but as a natural unfolding of what was always meant to be. When you are aligned with divine will, nothing can stand in the way of what is destined for you. There is a divine orchestration that cannot be rushed, a timing that is beyond human understanding. When God is about to bless you with something beyond your imagination, He first prepares you to receive it. He does not place something grand into hands that are not yet ready to hold it. So He begins His work in the quiet places of your heart, shifting your thoughts, breaking your old limitations, and awakening a new consciousness within you. You may find yourself questioning everything you once believed. The old ways of thinking no longer satisfy you. The things you once chased after seem unimportant. A hunger for something more begins to grow within you, and though you may not know exactly what it is, you cannot ignore the pull. This is the divine call to expand, to step beyond the self you have known, for you cannot receive a new reality while holding on to an old identity. Then comes the breaking away,
The things that once felt secure begin to crumble. Friendships, habits, environments, even careers may suddenly shift. You may feel as if you are losing everything familiar, but this is not destruction, it is divine reconstruction. God does not take away to leave you empty. He removes so that He may fill you with something greater. He pulls away everything that no longer aligns with your highest good. What was once a comfort zone begins to feel restrictive, and you realize you can no longer stay where you are. This is when fear tries to creep in. The mind, conditioned by years of limitation, will resist change. It will whisper doubts, make you question the path, urge you to turn back to what is familiar. But you cannot go back. Once the divine hand has touched your life, once you have been awakened to a higher reality, the old world loses its power over you. You may try to return, but you will find that you no longer fit. The people around you may not understand. They may call you foolish, tell you that you are making a mistake, but their words will not shake you, because deep inside you know the truth. You are being called to something greater. At first, nothing may seem to be happening. Days, weeks, even months may pass, and you will wonder if you were mistaken. The vision God placed in your heart seems distant, and the evidence of its arrival is nowhere to be found. This is where faith is tested. Will you trust in what you cannot yet see? Will you hold on to the knowing even when everything in the physical world tells you otherwise? Those who surrender in this moment, who give up because they see no movement, miss the blessing that was already forming. But those who persist, who continue to believe, will soon witness the manifestation of what was promised. And then suddenly the first signs will appear. A door that seemed forever closed will open. A connection will be made, an opportunity will come, seemingly out of nowhere. But it was never out of nowhere. It was always there, waiting for you to align with it. The divine does not rush, He prepares. And when the time is right, the shift will happen so effortlessly that you will marvel at how it all came together. You will look back and understand why things happened the way they did. The disappointments, the closed doors, the delays, all of it was leading you to this moment. The struggle was never to break you, it was to shape you. The waiting was never a punishment, it was a refinement. What is truly meant for you will never be withheld, but you must be ready to receive it. And so, when you sense that something big is coming, trust the process. Trust the preparation, trust the divine order that is working on your behalf. The signs will be there, not always in flashing lights, but in the stillness of your heart, in the shifting of your spirit, in the unfolding of events that seem too perfect to be coincidence. God does not plant dreams in your heart without the intention to bring them to life. If you have felt the calling, if you have sensed the shift, if you have seen the signs, then know this: what is coming is far greater than what you are leaving behind. There will be days when your faith is tested, when doubts creep in, when circumstances seem unchanged. But remember, the unseen is always at work before the seen takes form. The moment you desire something in your heart, the universe begins moving to bring it to you. The delay is not denial, it is a divine process ensuring that everything falls into place at the right time. You may notice that your intuition becomes sharper. You feel nudges, whispers, guiding you toward new choices. The same places and conversations that once seemed normal may begin to feel off, as if you no longer belong in them. You will be drawn to new ideas, books, messages, and even people who align with the vision that is unfolding within you. You may start waking up in the middle of the night, feeling an unshakable energy, as if something is being downloaded into your spirit. Pay attention, for these are not accidents. They are divine signals, preparing you for what is to come. There is a shedding that must take place. The old version of you cannot walk into the new reality that God has prepared. The doubts, the fears, the limiting beliefs must be released. The way you spoke, the way you thought, the way you carried yourself, if these things no longer align with the higher version of you, they must go. This is why discomfort comes before the blessing. This is why everything seems to be shaken before the breakthrough happens. The shaking is necessary. It is stripping away everything that does not serve your next level. You may feel exhausted, as if something within you is changing on a deep level. You may experience moments of loneliness, even sadness, because transformation is not always comfortable. The people who once fit in your life may start drifting away. The conversations that once interested you may now feel meaningless. Do not resist this process. Embrace it. What is meant for you cannot miss you, and what is leaving you was never meant to stay. The greatest sign that something big is coming is the deep peace that settles within you, even when the circumstances have not changed. This is the moment when you know, not because you see it, but because you feel it. You no longer look outside for validation. You do not ask others if they believe in your vision. You simply know. And this knowing is the evidence that your manifestation is near. It will not come through force. It will not require you to chase or struggle. It will flow to you effortlessly at the appointed time. And when it does, you will realize that it was never about just receiving something external. It was about becoming the person who was ready to hold it. The real blessing was not the thing itself, but the transformation that took place within you. Because once you have become that person, once you have stepped into that awareness, you will never again doubt the power of what is within you. You will never again wonder if God is listening. You will know that He was always there, always guiding, always preparing you for what was already yours. And when you finally step into the blessing, when you receive what was always meant for you, something even greater happens. You no longer see yourself as separate from it. You no longer question if you deserve it. You no longer fear that it will be taken away, because by the time it arrives, you have already become one with it in your mind. It was never outside of you, it was always within, waiting for you to recognize it as yours. The struggle was never about achieving something external. It was about awakening to the truth of who you are. You will notice that your fears have faded. The worries that once consumed you now seem distant, as if they belonged to someone else. The weight that you carried for so long is gone. And in its place is a lightness, a knowing, a quiet certainty that no storm can shake. It is not arrogance, it is alignment. It is not wishful thinking, it is divine authority. You have stepped into the awareness that nothing outside of you has power over your destiny. You are not waiting on circumstances to change, you are the one who changes. And then the circumstances must follow. The people around you will sense it. Some will be drawn to your presence without understanding why. Others may resist, feeling the shift, but not yet ready to step into their own. Do not take this personally. Your journey is not to convince others. It is to become the living proof of what is possible. You are not here to explain how it happened. You are here to embody it. And when they are ready, they too will begin to awaken, inspired by the light that you now carry. At first it may seem so real. You will look at the life unfolding before you, the opportunities aligning, the doors swinging open, and you will remember the days when it all felt impossible. The moments when you almost gave up, the nights you cried out for a sign, the times you questioned if God had forgotten you. All of it will make sense. The waiting was not wasted. The struggles were not in vain. Every lesson, every hardship, every closed door was necessary, because without them you would not have become the person who now stands in this reality. You will see that the delays were not punishments, they were divine protection. The things you once begged for, the things you thought you needed, you will realize they were never meant for you. And you will be grateful that they did not come when you asked, because now you understand. They would have been too small for the person you have become. What God had planned was far greater than what you had envisioned. There is a sacred humility that comes with this awareness. You do not take credit for the unfolding, yet you do not shrink from it either. You walk in it with gratitude, with confidence, with the quiet understanding that you were chosen for this. Not because you were more deserving than others, but because you were willing. Willing to trust when there was no evidence, willing to let go when it felt like loss, willing to believe even when everything in the physical world told you otherwise. And so the cycle continues. Just as you were called, just as you were prepared, just as you were tested, so too will others walk this path. And when they come to you seeking understanding, when they ask how you knew, how you held on, how you made it through, you will smile. Because you will remember what it felt like to be in their shoes, standing on the edge of the unknown, searching for a sign. And you will tell them what you now know to be true, that the signs were always there, that the promise was always theirs, and that the greatest manifestation is not the thing itself. It is the transformation that happens within. There will be more mountains to climb, more seasons of growth, more moments where you are called to expand again. But this time, you will not fear them, you will not resist, because now you know that every ending is a beginning, every loss is a preparation, every challenge is an invitation to step into something greater. The process does not stop, it evolves, and so do you. You are no longer the person who waits in doubt, you are the person who walks in faith. You are no longer asking when the blessing will come, you are living as if it is already here. And that is the final sign, the one that cannot be faked, the one that cannot be rushed. When you no longer chase, when you no longer beg, when you no longer question, when you simply know, then and only then does the manifestation arrive. Not because you forced it, but because you became it. And in that moment, you will understand that you were never waiting on God, He was always waiting on you. And as you step deeper into this new phase, you will encounter even more signs, more synchronicities, that confirm you are exactly where you need to be. The whispers of the universe become louder, and the signs of divine favor appear in ways that leave no room for doubt. It will no longer be a matter of if, but a matter of when. You will find that everything is falling into place so naturally, so effortlessly, that the only explanation is divine timing. Every little action you take, every word you speak, every step you make will feel aligned with your purpose. It will feel as if you're not even trying anymore. Everything flows with ease. The things that once felt like obstacles now feel like opportunities. You will begin to see the world through different eyes, recognizing that the divine is not outside of you, but it moves through you, shaping your experiences, transforming your reality in ways that you could never have imagined. What once appeared as a challenge is now understood as the universe's way of positioning you for the next great thing. This is where the true transformation occurs. As you stand in the fullness of your blessing, you no longer look at yourself as someone who is waiting to receive something. You see yourself as the one who is already living in the manifestation, already walking in the truth of your desires. You become the embodiment of the very thing you sought for so long. You start to realize that the gap between where you were and where you are now was not a time of waiting, but a time of becoming. In this process of becoming, you are also changing the energy around you. People will notice the shift in your vibration, the new aura of peace and confidence that you exude. Your presence will become magnetic. The energy of abundance and possibility that surrounds you will draw in the right opportunities and the right people. You will start attracting experiences that resonate with the highest version of yourself. And with each new experience, your reality will reflect more and more of the life you have been envisioning. But even as you experience this, there will be moments of uncertainty. Even though everything in your life is moving in the right direction, there will be moments where doubt tries to creep in. These are the moments when your faith will be tested. These moments are not meant to break you, they are meant to strengthen you. You will learn to trust the divine process, even when the evidence isn't visible. This is where the unseen becomes more important than the seen. This is where you truly begin to walk by faith and not by sight. What you must remember in these moments of doubt is that your journey is not linear. There are seasons in life where things will feel slower, where progress seems hidden, but this is merely the space where the seeds you've planted are growing beneath the surface. And just as the seed must first break apart and be buried in the soil before it can grow, so too must you go through periods of growth that are not immediately visible to the eye. The quiet moments of uncertainty are the very moments when everything is aligning perfectly behind the scenes. The signs you are receiving, the messages and intuitions are not random. They are divine confirmations that you are on the right path. As you stay present, as you stay aligned with the vision that has been placed in your heart, you will begin to notice how the universe begins to work in your favor. Opportunities will seem to find you effortlessly. Relationships that support your growth will appear. Things that were once out of reach will become accessible. This is how you know that something big is on its way. And it's not just the external world that is changing, it is you. You are the one who is shifting into alignment with the abundance that is already yours. Even in those moments when you feel that the manifestation is taking longer than you anticipated, trust in the perfection of divine timing. Nothing happens by accident. Nothing happens outside of the divine order. What is meant for you cannot be delayed, and what is not meant for you will be removed. Trust that everything is unfolding in perfect timing and you are exactly where you need to be. The only thing required of you is to continue believing, continue trusting, and continue walking as if everything you desire is already yours. The signs of a blessing on the way are not always dramatic or grandiose. Sometimes they are subtle shifts in your consciousness. A thought you've had many times suddenly lands in a new way. A person you've known for years suddenly says something that resonates with you in a deep way. A circumstance you've been waiting for takes an unexpected turn, and suddenly things make sense. These signs are not always big, but they are powerful. They speak to your heart, not your eyes. They remind you that the work you've done, the growth you've experienced, is leading you to exactly where you are meant to be. As you look forward to what is to come, let go of any remaining attachment to how things should unfold. Release the need for control, surrender your plans, your expectations, and allow the divine to guide you. Trust that what is coming will be far greater than anything you could have ever imagined. You have been prepared for this moment, and you are more than ready to receive it. And when it arrives, when you finally witness the manifestation of what you've been waiting for, remember that this is not the end, it is only the beginning of a new chapter. What God has in store for you will continue to expand, continue to unfold, and you will continue to grow into the person who is ready to receive even greater blessings. This is how the divine works, always elevating, always expanding, always creating new levels of possibility. But even before that moment of arrival, you will know deep within you that it is already on its way. You will feel it in the air. You will see the signs, no matter how subtle they may be. And you will know that the blessing is not something coming to you from the outside, but something awakening from within. You have already called it forth. You have already aligned with it. And now it is coming to meet you where you are. This is the power of faith, the power of believing before seeing, the power of knowing that the divine is always working in your favor, always leading you toward your highest good. The signs are not for you to question, they are for you to trust. They are not meant to show you that your dreams will come true, they are meant to remind you that your dreams are already on their way. So when you see the signs, trust them. Trust that they are a confirmation of what is already unfolding. Trust that you are on the right path. Trust that God is always with you, always guiding you, always leading you toward the next step. And trust that when the time is right, what is meant for you will come, effortlessly, perfectly, and in the most divine way imaginable. The only thing you need to do is stay aligned, stay faithful, and continue to walk as if everything you've ever wanted is already yours. In the moments leading up to the manifestation of what you've been desiring, you will begin to feel an undeniable sense of anticipation in the air, as though everything is on the verge of something big. Even when the world around you remains quiet, you will sense that there is a shift occurring, a shift that only those who are aware, those who are attuned to the signs, will feel. This quiet anticipation is the subtle yet profound confirmation that God is working in your life. It is not a time to doubt, but a time to trust and hold steadfast to the vision that has been planted in your heart. During this period of transition, you will also notice that your thoughts and emotions are becoming more elevated. You may experience moments of pure inspiration and clarity. Ideas that once seemed impossible now seem not only possible, but inevitable. This is a sign that you are tapping into a higher frequency of awareness. You are no longer limited by the constraints of the physical world. You are beginning to operate in the realm of divine possibility. You may also feel an overwhelming sense of peace, as though you are at one with the flow of life. The worries and anxieties that once plagued you seem to dissipate. You no longer feel the need to rush or force things to happen. You have released the need to control the outcome because you now trust that it is already on its way. You trust that the universe is bringing you exactly what you need, exactly when you need it. In this space of peace, you will begin to see that the manifestation you've been waiting for is not an external event, but an internal one. It is an expansion of consciousness. It is the realization that you are already worthy of everything you desire. You are already aligned with the abundance, the love, the success, the happiness that you seek. What you've been waiting for has always been within you, and now, as you have grown and transformed, it is simply a matter of time before it becomes your physical reality. You will also notice that the world around you is starting to mirror your internal transformation. The people in your life will begin to reflect your new energy. Those who have supported your journey will become even more present and aligned with you. They will offer you the help, encouragement, and opportunities you need to move forward. And those who are not aligned with your new path may begin to fade away, not because of anything you've done, but because they no longer resonate with the person you have become. This is not a time to hold on to what no longer serves you. It is a time to release, to let go of attachments, to make space for the new blessings that are on their way. The old must make room for the new, and this process of release can sometimes be challenging. But understand that the things, people, and situations that no longer align with your highest good are being removed not as a punishment, but as an act of divine love. It is God clearing the path for you, making space for the blessings that are waiting to enter your life. The more you let go, the more you will feel a sense of lightness. The weight of the past, the weight of your doubts, the weight of your fears will begin to lift, and in its place will be a sense of freedom. The freedom to step fully into your purpose, the freedom to embrace the vision of who you are becoming. This is when you will feel the power of your own divine nature more profoundly than ever before. You will realize that you have always been in control of your reality, and now, with this awareness, you can consciously choose the experiences that align with your highest desires. As the manifestation draws nearer, you may also notice that your inner dialogue is shifting. The negative self-talk, the limiting beliefs, the doubts that once held you back are starting to lose their grip on you. You will catch yourself speaking in ways that are more empowering, more positive, more affirming of your worth. You will catch yourself visualizing the life you desire as if it is already here. You will no longer be speaking in terms of I hope, or I wish, or I want. You will begin to speak in terms of I am, I have, I know. This shift in language is powerful because it reflects a shift in your consciousness. You are no longer asking for permission. You are claiming what is rightfully yours. In this place of alignment, you will begin to notice the synchronicities that surround you. They may show up in the form of a song that speaks directly to your situation, a conversation with a stranger that offers the exact insight you need, or a series of seemingly random events that come together in perfect harmony. These synchronicities are God's way of reminding you that you are on the right path. They are signs that you are not alone, that you are being guided every step of the way. And as you notice these synchronicities, you will begin to trust more deeply in the divine plan that is unfolding in your life. The more you trust, the more the universe will confirm your trust with blessings, opportunities, and experiences that reinforce your belief in the unseen. It will become clear that what you once saw as coincidences were never coincidences at all. They were divine interventions guiding you towards the life you've always dreamed of. As you continue to walk this path, you will realize that what you've been waiting for was never a destination but a journey. The manifestation, the blessing, the abundance that you've been seeking, these are not just the end result, they are part of the ongoing process of your growth, your transformation, your becoming. Every step you take along the way brings you closer to the fullest version of yourself. And as you evolve, so does the manifestation. The more you grow, the more you align with your true purpose, the more your desires manifest in ways that feel effortless and natural. This process of growth is ongoing. Just as the seed continues to grow, sprout, and reach for the sun, so too will your life continue to unfold in perfect divine timing. What you experience today is only a glimpse of the infinite possibilities that are ahead of you. The moment you think you've reached your fullest potential, you will find that there is always another level, another opportunity, another manifestation awaiting you. And even as the manifestation arrives, as the blessing pours into your life, it is essential to remember that this is not the end. It is just the beginning of a new chapter, a new season of growth, abundance, and transformation. There will always be more to come. What God has in store for you is infinite. And as you continue to live in alignment with your true self, as you continue to trust in the divine process, you will begin to see that the signs, the synchronicities, the manifestations, they were always leading you to this moment. The moment when you would realize that everything you have been through, everything you have experienced, has been preparing you for this. You are exactly where you are meant to be, and everything that is meant for you is already on its way. You will come to realize that the universe has always been on your side. Every challenge, every obstacle, every difficult moment was not a punishment, but a purposeful step in your evolution. When things did not go as you had planned, it was simply life redirecting you toward a path that was more aligned with your true desires. The disappointment you once felt was merely a misunderstanding. What seemed like a loss was actually an invitation for something greater. In the moment of hardship, you may have wondered why things weren't working out, but as you look back, you will understand that those setbacks were simply preparing you for the divine appointment that awaited you. The truth is, everything in your life has been preparing you for this moment, and you have been more than ready. You may have doubted yourself, questioned your worthiness, or even wondered if the dreams you've been holding on to were too big. But now, as you reflect on the journey, you realize that there was no need to question. All of those signs, all of those moments of divine guidance were meant to show you that your dreams were always meant for you. Now, as you stand on the precipice of this new chapter, it will feel like the universe itself is conspiring to help you succeed. Opportunities will start to present themselves in ways you could never have predicted. They will come from unexpected sources, but they will come. You may even experience moments of synchronicity where things fall into place effortlessly. The right people will enter your life at exactly the right time. The resources you need will appear just when you need them. This is not coincidence, this is divine timing. And as these things unfold, you will feel the truth in your heart that you are exactly where you are supposed to be. In moments of doubt or fear, return to the knowing that you have been led here. You are not alone. The universe is moving in perfect alignment with your desires. Trust that you are being guided every step of the way, even when you cannot see the full picture. The path ahead will become clearer with each step, and in time you will see that everything that has happened up to this point was part of a larger divine plan, a plan that only God could have orchestrated. You will also find that as you embrace this new reality, you begin to step into your true power. The fear, the uncertainty, the limitations that once held you back will fall away. In their place, you will feel a newfound confidence, one that comes not from external validation, but from an inner knowing that you are more than capable of handling everything that comes your way. You will recognize that you are the creator of your own reality. What you have been waiting for, what you have been dreaming of, has always been within you. You were born for this. You were born to receive your blessings. And as you step into this new chapter, you will notice a shift not just in your external world, but in your inner world as well. Your relationship with yourself will deepen. You will begin to love and accept yourself in ways you never thought possible. The parts of you that were once hidden, that you were afraid to show, will now come into the light. You will no longer feel the need to hide or shrink yourself in the presence of others. You will stand tall in the fullness of who you are, embracing every aspect of your being. This love for yourself is not about arrogance or pride. It is about recognizing your inherent worth. It is about understanding that you were always worthy of the blessings that are now coming to you. And as you fully accept this truth, you will find that your life begins to reflect this newfound sense of self-love. You will attract people, experiences, and opportunities that align with the highest version of who you are. This is the law of attraction in its purest form. When you love yourself and know your worth, the universe reflects that back to you. As you continue to align yourself with the truth of who you are, you will also begin to notice that you are no longer seeking validation or approval from others. You no longer feel the need to prove yourself. You simply show up as you are, knowing that you are enough. This inner knowing will free you in ways you never imagined. You will no longer feel the need to chase after things or people to feel complete. You are already complete. You are already whole. In fact, the more you embrace this sense of completeness, the more you will attract everything you've ever wanted. The universe operates in cycles of abundance. The more you align with your true self, the more the universe aligns with you. Opportunities will flow effortlessly into your life. The relationships you desire will blossom. Financial abundance will begin to manifest in ways you never imagined. Your health will improve and your confidence will soar. This is the flow of divine abundance, and once you tap into it, it becomes a constant, unbroken stream in your life. But it is important to remember that this process of manifestation is not about forcing or striving. It is not about controlling or manipulating the universe. It is about surrendering to the flow. It is about trusting that what is meant for you will come at the perfect time. You do not need to chase after it. You do not need to make it happen. All you need to do is align yourself with the truth of who you are, and the universe will respond. The manifestation of your desires is not just about receiving the material things you want. It is also about the internal transformation that happens along the way. You are becoming more and more aligned with your true purpose. And as you step into this alignment, you will find that everything in your life begins to change. Your career, your relationships, your health, and your finances will all shift in ways that reflect the deeper work you've done. The external world is simply a reflection of your internal world. As you evolve internally, so too will your outer reality. And as you continue on this journey, you will realize that the manifestation of your desires is not a destination. It is a continuous process of growth, expansion, and alignment. The moment you think you have arrived, you will discover that there is always another level of evolution awaiting you. This is the beauty of the spiritual journey. There is always more to discover, more to learn, more to become. Each step along the way is a step toward greater self-realization and greater alignment with your divine purpose. And with each step, you will find that the signs you are receiving grow clearer and clearer. The synchronicities become more frequent. The divine guidance becomes more apparent. And you will find that your desires are not far off. They are already in motion, already on their way. You are simply witnessing the unfolding of what has already been set in motion. So as you move forward, trust the signs, trust the process, trust that what you have been waiting for is already on its way. You are aligned with the universe, you are aligned with your highest self, and you are now walking in the fullness of your divine purpose. Every step you take brings you closer to your dreams, closer to your true power, and closer to the manifestation of everything you've ever desired. Trust that it is all unfolding perfectly, and trust that you are exactly where you need to be. As you continue to walk the path toward your desires, you will notice that you no longer feel the need to force things to happen. There is a quiet confidence that begins to take root within you. The days of pushing and striving are over. The struggle no longer holds power over you. You have come to realize that the key to receiving your blessings is not in the effort, but in the surrender. You surrender to the flow of life. You surrender to the natural unfolding of your desires. You surrender to divine timing. In this surrender, you find peace. The anxious thoughts that once plagued you begin to dissipate. No longer do you wake up each morning wondering if today is the day everything will fall into place. Instead, you wake up with a sense of calm, knowing that your desires are already on their way. You are not waiting for something to happen. You are witnessing the process of manifestation. You are no longer attached to the outcome, but rather you are enjoying the journey. You begin to understand that the universe operates in perfect order. There is a rhythm, a flow, a divine timing that governs all things. What is meant for you will come to you at the perfect moment. You no longer need to rush. You no longer need to chase after your dreams. The moment you release the need to control the process, everything begins to fall into place. This is when the magic truly happens. When you let go of your expectations, you open yourself up to receiving more than you could have ever imagined. The blessings that you once thought were out of reach are now within your grasp. You will find that opportunities begin to show up in your life in ways that are beyond your wildest dreams. The doors that were once closed begin to open. The people who once seemed distant now draw near. Your financial abundance begins to flow. Your health improves. Your relationships flourish. And your sense of purpose becomes clearer than ever before. But even as you witness this beautiful unfolding, you must continue to hold firm to the knowing that everything is happening for your highest good. There may still be moments of doubt. There may be times when the old fears and insecurities resurface. But these moments are not to be feared. They are simply remnants of the past that are leaving you. As you move toward your higher self, the old versions of you will fall away. The fears, the doubts, the limiting beliefs. They no longer serve you. They are simply the residue of a life that is no longer aligned with your true desire. When these fears arise, do not meet them with resistance. Acknowledge them. Understand that they are simply the mind's way of clinging to the familiar. But know this, you are not the fears. You are not the doubts. You are not the limitations. You are something far greater. You are a divine being capable of creating the life you desire. And as you remember this truth, the fears begin to lose their power. They begin to fade into the background as the light of your true self shines brighter than ever before. As you embrace this truth, you will notice that the signs you are receiving become even more clear. The messages from the universe become more direct, more frequent. You will find yourself in the right place at the right time, having the right conversations with the right people. Opportunities will begin to flow to you effortlessly. You will find that the world around you begins to mirror your inner state of alignment. What you focus on, you attract. What you believe, you create. And as you embrace this new way of being, you will also realize that your dreams are not just about material success. They are about becoming the fullest expression of who you truly are. The blessings that you are receiving are not just about what you can hold in your hands, but about the person you are becoming in the process. You are shedding the layers of fear, doubt, and insecurity. You are revealing the divine being that has always been within you. The desires you once thought were separate from you are now becoming one with you. You will find that the more you step into this truth, the more you begin to align with the abundant flow of the universe. Everything you need is already here, waiting for you to tap into it. The love, the success, the joy, the peace, they are all within you. And as you align with this truth, the external world will begin to reflect it back to you. What once seemed distant or impossible now becomes your reality. The signs will continue to guide you, they will continue to show you the way, and you will know, without a shadow of a doubt, that the universe is working in your favor. This alignment will also bring with it a deep sense of gratitude. As you witness the unfolding of your desires, you will begin to see the beauty in every moment. You will recognize the divine intelligence behind everything that has happened, everything that is happening, and everything that is yet to come. The ups and downs, the twists and turns were all part of a larger plan. They were all necessary to bring you to this moment, the moment where you are finally ready to receive all that you have been dreaming of. And when you truly understand this, your heart will swell with gratitude. Gratitude for the journey, gratitude for the lessons learned, gratitude for the people who have crossed your path, gratitude for the challenges that shaped you, gratitude for the growth, the transformation, and the miracles that are unfolding in your life. In this state of gratitude, you will find that your life continues to expand in ways that you could never have imagined. You will begin to realize that the manifestation of your desires is not just about what you receive, but about who you become in the process. The journey itself is the gift. It is in the becoming that you find your greatest treasures. And as you continue to grow, you will find that your capacity to receive expands. The more you grow, the more you are able to hold the blessings that the universe has waiting for you. And so, as you stand on the threshold of this new chapter, know that the signs are everywhere. They are guiding you. They are showing you that the time has come for you to receive all that you have been waiting for. You are ready, you are worthy, and the universe is ready to deliver. Keep your heart open, trust the process, let go of the need to control, and watch as your dreams unfold before your very eyes. The universe is calling you to step into the fullness of your power, to embrace the abundance that is your birthright, and to trust that everything is falling into place. And when you look back on this moment, you will see that it was always meant to be. The signs were always there, guiding you, leading you toward the divine manifestation that you are now about to receive. You are on the path of your highest good, and nothing can stop you now. As you continue on this journey, know that you are not alone. Every step you take, every decision you make is in perfect alignment with the divine plan. The signs are all around you, pointing the way, confirming that what you desire is not just a dream, but a reality in the making. The universe, in all its infinite wisdom, is working in your favor, preparing the perfect circumstances for your highest good. Trust in the process, trust in yourself, and most importantly, trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. As you open your heart and mind to the abundance that is already yours, you will find that everything you need will be provided. The doors will open, the opportunities will present themselves, and the blessings you've been waiting for will manifest before you. All that you have to do is remain grounded in your faith, keep your eyes open for the signs, and embrace the journey with gratitude and trust. The time has come for you to step fully into your power and receive all that has been promised to you. You are ready to experience the greatness that has always been destined for you. Your desires are already on their way, and as you continue to align with the truth of who you are, nothing will be able to stop the flow of blessings that are about to pour into your life. You are on the verge of something extraordinary. Believe it, trust it, and watch as your life transforms in ways that will leave you in awe. The best is yet to come. In your darkest moments, when you feel utterly alone, I want you to remember something powerful. Something true: God is with you. When the world presses in on all sides, when fear whispers in your ear and doubt weighs heavy on your heart, God stands beside you. He is not distant, far removed from your struggles. He is intimately aware of your every step, and He is closer than you can imagine. There is a deep temptation in times of hardship to believe that we've been abandoned, to assume that if life is hard, then God must be far away. But that could not be further from the truth. Pain, suffering, and trials are not signs of His absence. They are often the moments when He is nearest to us. Just as a loving parent watches over a child who is learning to walk, guiding and comforting, so too does God walk with us through the uncertainty of life. He doesn't always shield us from every hardship, but He promises to never leave our side. Consider the profound words found in Scripture: I will never leave you nor forsake you, Hebrews 13:5. These are not just comforting words, but an unshakable promise. When we are lost, He is the one searching for us. When we are broken, He is the one mending us. Even when we are silent, unable to pray or speak, He knows the cries of our hearts. God's presence is not reserved for moments of triumph or peace. It is not contingent upon your strength, your success, or even your faith. He is there in the quiet moments when no one else sees your tears, and in the stillness of your soul, when words cannot express your anguish. He is there in the mundane, the everyday rhythms of life, when it feels as if nothing extraordinary is happening. And He is there in the storm, when your world feels as if it's falling apart. It is easy to forget this truth, to let our circumstances define what we believe about God. When pain is loud, it drowns out the whispers of His love. But even in your pain, God is saying, I am with you. When you can't see the way forward, when your prayers seem unanswered, trust that He is working in ways unseen. God often does His greatest work in the silence and stillness of our waiting. I think of the moments in life when you've been carried, moments you thought you would never survive. Was it not in those times that, upon reflection, you realized God was there all along? His hand guiding you, His voice whispering comfort, His Spirit giving you strength you didn't know you had. It is often in retrospect that we see His presence most clearly. But let us not wait for hindsight to believe in His faithfulness. Let us hold fast to the truth that God is with us now. He is not a passive observer watching from a distance. He is actively involved in the very fabric of your existence, interwoven into your joys and your sorrows. Every breath you take is a testament to His sustaining power, and every moment of your life is held securely in His hands. God's promise to be with us is not a fleeting reassurance, it is an eternal truth. It is woven into the very essence of who He is, Emmanuel, God with us. He has walked the human experience, felt our pain, and carried our burdens. He is not unfamiliar with our struggles, for He has borne them all. So even now, in this moment, God is with you. Whether you feel His presence or not, whether you understand His ways or not, He remains by your side. He is the constant, unchanging source of hope and peace. In the quiet moments of your soul, when everything around you seems to fade into the background, remember that God is not silent. He is with you. He speaks in ways that we often overlook in the soft rustle of the wind, the gentle warmth of the sun, or the stillness of the night. His voice may not come as a loud, booming sound, but rather as a quiet assurance, a subtle presence that whispers, I am here. It is a remarkable truth, one that we sometimes take for granted. The Creator of the universe, the one who fashioned the stars and set the planets in motion, chooses to be with you. Not because of anything you have done, but simply because He loves you. This love is not conditional, it does not waver, based on your circumstances or your performance. It is steadfast, eternal, and unchanging. His love for you is the anchor in the storm, the light in the darkest valley. There is a particular beauty in knowing that we are not alone, even when everything around us suggests that we are. Loneliness is one of the most painful experiences a human can endure. And yet, even in those moments when you feel isolated from others, God's presence remains. He is not a distant, unapproachable deity. He is a personal, loving God who is near to the brokenhearted, who binds up our wounds, and who never leaves us in our suffering. When the weight of life feels unbearable, when anxiety and fear creep into your heart, it is in these moments that God is closest. The Psalms remind us, the Lord is near to all who call on Him, to all who call on Him. In truth, Psalm 145:18. His nearness is not a distant promise, but a present reality. He is not far off, watching from a distance. He is beside you, carrying you through every trial, every moment of confusion, and every step you take on your journey. It is natural for us to wonder why, if God is with us, we still experience hardship. Why does suffering persist if the Almighty Creator walks by our side? These are questions that have echoed throughout history. But suffering does not negate His presence. In fact, the very existence of pain in our lives often becomes the canvas on which God paints His grace. The trials we face may challenge our faith, but they also provide an opportunity to experience the depth of God's love and the strength of His companionship. Consider for a moment the story of the Israelites wandering in the wilderness. For 40 years they walked through a barren land, uncertain of their future, filled with doubt and fear. Yet God was with them every step of the way. He guided them by a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. He provided manna from heaven to sustain them, water from a rock to quench their thirst, and His presence to comfort them. Despite their grumbling, their rebellion, and their lack of faith, He never left them. In much the same way, God is with us in our own wilderness. When we wander, feeling lost and unsure of our direction, He does not abandon us. He walks beside us, guiding us with His Spirit, providing for our needs, and offering us His unfailing love. The wilderness is not a place of abandonment. It is often where we learn to rely on God the most. It is where His presence becomes the most tangible, where His provision becomes our lifeline. God's promise to be with us is not just for the mountaintop experiences, the moments of victory and celebration. It is for the valleys, the low, difficult places of life where we feel broken, confused, and hopeless. It is easy to acknowledge God's presence when things are going well, but it is in the moments of despair that His nearness is truly tested. And yet He remains. He does not turn away from our pain. Instead, He enters into it with us, offering comfort and peace that surpasses understanding. There are countless examples in Scripture of individuals who, in their darkest moments, discovered that God was with them. Take Joseph, for instance, who was betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, and imprisoned. Yet throughout his story, we are reminded again and again that the Lord was with Joseph, Genesis 39:2. Even in the pit, even in the prison, God was with him. And because of God's presence, Joseph's circumstances, though painful, were not the end of his story. God was working behind the scenes, preparing a greater purpose for Joseph's life. And consider the life of David, who faced countless battles, betrayals, and heart attacks. Yet through it all, David knew that God was with him. He declared in Psalm 23, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and your staff. They comfort me." David understood that God's presence did not remove the valley, but it transformed the way he walked through it. He could face the shadows without fear because he knew he was not alone. In your own life, the valleys may seem deep, the shadows overwhelming, but like David, you can walk through them without fear. God's presence is your comfort, His love your protection, His guidance your assurance. The valley is not the destination, it is part of the journey, and God is walking with you every step of the way. There is a mystery to God's presence that we will never fully comprehend this side of eternity. His ways are higher than our ways, His thoughts beyond our understanding. And yet He chooses to make Himself known to us in intimate and personal ways. He meets us in the mundane, in the quiet corners of our day, in the moments we least expect. His presence is not something we have to earn or strive for. It is a gift freely given because of His great love for us. And what is perhaps most remarkable is that God is not with us simply as a bystander. He is not merely watching our lives from a distance. He is actively involved in every detail, working all things together for our good. Romans 8:28. He is with us in our joy and in our sorrow, in our triumphs and in our defeats. He rejoices with us when we celebrate and grieves with us when we mourn. His heart is deeply connected to ours, and His love is woven into the very fabric of our being. Even in those moments when you feel abandoned or forgotten, remember that God has not left you. His presence is not based on your feelings, it is based on His unchanging character. He is faithful, even when we are faithless. He is near, even when we cannot sense Him. And He is working, even when we cannot see His hand. The cross is the ultimate reminder that God is with us. In Jesus, we see the fullness of God's love and His commitment to be with us. He did not stay distant from our pain. He entered into it, taking on our suffering, our sin, and our shame. He walked the road of rejection, betrayal, and death, so that we would never have to walk alone. In Jesus, God became Emmanuel, God with us, in the most profound and personal way. And because of the cross, we can be confident that there is no situation too dark, no valley too deep, no storm too violent for God's presence to reach us. He has already gone to the greatest lengths to be with us, and He will not abandon us now. His love is too strong, His grace too deep, His faithfulness too great to ever leave us alone. So in the moments when you feel overwhelmed, when the weight of life presses in on all sides, remember this: God is with you. Not as a distant observer, but as a loving Father, a faithful friend, and a constant companion. He is with you in the fire, in the flood, and in the wilderness. And He will never leave your side. Even when the path before you seems unclear, God is with you. Life is filled with uncertainties, moments when we question what lies ahead. It's easy to become overwhelmed by fear, to let doubt take root in our hearts. We wonder if we'll make the right decisions, if the future will be as we hope. But God has not left us to navigate life's complexities alone. He is with us, guiding each step, even when the road is hidden in shadows. Think of the moments when you felt lost, unsure of which direction to take. Perhaps you stood at a crossroads, wondering which path would lead to peace, which to pain. In these moments, it is natural to feel paralyzed by uncertainty. But remember, God is not just waiting at the destination, He walks the journey with you. His presence is not confined to the end goal. He is with you every step of the way, offering wisdom when you ask for it, strength when you feel weak, and peace when anxiety threatens to overwhelm you. The Bible tells us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight." Proverbs 3:5-6. Notice that we are not called to rely on our own understanding. We do not have to figure everything out on our own. Instead, we are invited to trust that God sees the full picture, trust that He knows what is best for us, trust that He is with us even when we cannot see the way forward. Trusting in God's presence does not mean that we will never face challenges or uncertainty. It does not mean that every decision will be easy or that we will always know what to do. What it does mean is that we do not have to face these challenges alone. God is with us, providing guidance, comfort, and direction, even in the most confusing times. There is a particular beauty in the way God leads us. He doesn't always give us the entire plan up front. He doesn't always show us the entire map, with every twist and turn laid out before us. Instead, He asks us to trust Him for the next step. And when we take that step in faith, trusting that He is with us, He reveals the next step. One step at a time, He guides us forward, and as we walk with Him, we begin to see that His plan for us is good, even when we don't fully understand it. Sometimes God's presence is most powerfully experienced in the waiting. There are seasons in life when we feel like we are standing still, when nothing seems to be moving forward, and we wonder if God is still there. But it is often in these waiting seasons that God does His deepest work in us. Waiting is not wasted time, it is time in which God is shaping us, refining us, and preparing us for what lies ahead. His presence in the waiting is a reminder that we are not forgotten, that His plans for us are still in motion, even when we cannot see them. It can be hard to trust in God's timing when we are eager for answers, when we are desperate for a breakthrough. But remember that God's timing is always perfect. He is never early, and He is never late. He knows exactly what we need and when we need it. And as we wait on Him, we can be confident that He is with us, working all things together for our good, even when we don't understand His ways. Consider the story of Abraham, who waited many years for the promise of a son. God had promised Abraham that he would be the father of many nations, yet the fulfillment of that promise seemed impossible as the years passed. Abraham could have doubted, could have given up hope, but he trusted in God's promise, even when it seemed like nothing was happening. And in the fullness of time, God fulfilled His promise. Abraham's story reminds us that God's delays are not His denials. His presence is with us in the waiting, and His promises are always true. In the moments when you feel like you are in a season of waiting, remember that God is still working. He is with you in the silence, in the stillness, and in the uncertainty. He is not absent, He is present, shaping you, strengthening you, and preparing you for what lies ahead. The waiting is not wasted. It is an opportunity to draw closer to Him, to deepen your trust in His goodness, and to rest in the assurance that He is with you, even when you cannot see the full picture. God's presence is also with us in our relationships with others. There are times when we experience deep hurt or betrayal at the hands of those we trusted, and it can be difficult to believe that God is with us in those moments of relational pain. But even in the midst of heartbreak, God does not abandon us. He is with us, offering healing for our wounds, comfort for our sorrow, and restoration for what has been broken. In relationships, we often encounter situations where we are called to forgive, to extend grace, or to seek reconciliation. These moments can be incredibly difficult, especially when the pain is deep. But God's presence gives us the strength to do what seems impossible. He does not ask us to navigate the complexities of relationships on our own. He is with us, offering wisdom, patience, and the capacity to love, even when it is hard. When we experience the brokenness of relationships, It is easy to close ourselves off, to build walls around our hearts to protect ourselves from future pain. But God calls us to remain open, to keep loving, to keep forgiving, knowing that He is with us in our vulnerability. He understands the pain of betrayal and rejection. Jesus Himself was betrayed by those closest to Him, yet He continued to love, continued to forgive. His presence in our lives empowers us to do the same, not because it is easy, but because He is with us, giving us the strength to love as He loves. God's presence also brings peace in the midst of chaos. The world around us can often feel overwhelming, filled with noise, distractions, and conflict. We are bombarded with messages that stir up anxiety, fear, and confusion. But in the midst of the world's chaos, God offers us a peace that surpasses all understanding. His presence calms the storm within us, even when the storm outside rages on. When Jesus calmed the storm on the Sea of Galilee, His disciples were amazed at His power. They had been terrified, convinced that they were about to perish in the storm. But Jesus was with them, and with just a word He brought peace to the chaos. In the same way, God is with us in the storms of life. He may not always calm the external storm immediately, but He brings peace to our hearts, reminding us that we are not alone. This peace is not the absence of conflict or difficulty, but the presence of God in the midst of it. It is a peace that comes from knowing that no matter what happens, God is with us, and He is in control. It is a peace that anchors us, even when the waves crash around us, because we know that we are held by the one who is greater than the storm. God's presence also gives us purpose. There are times when we wonder what our lives are meant for, when we question our significance or the impact we are making. In those moments of doubt, God reminds us that He is with us, and that our lives have meaning because we are His. He has created each of us with a unique purpose, and His presence in our lives gives us the strength and the clarity to live out that purpose. We may not always know the full scope of what God is calling us to do, but we can trust that He is with us, guiding us step by step. He has equipped us with the gifts and talents we need to fulfill the calling He has placed on our lives. And even when we feel inadequate or unprepared, His presence gives us the confidence to move forward, knowing that He is with us, empowering us to accomplish His purposes. In every season of life, whether we are walking through times of joy or sorrow, certainty or confusion, God is with us. His presence is not something we have to earn or strive for. It is a gift, a promise that we can hold on to, no matter what we face. He is with us in our victories and our defeats, in our triumphs and our trials. He is with us in the ordinary moments of our day and in the extraordinary challenges we encounter. His presence is our constant companion, our source of strength, comfort, and peace. In every moment, remember this simple yet profound truth: God is with you. You are never alone. His love surrounds you, His peace fills you, and His presence goes before you. No matter what you face, no matter where you go, you can rest in the assurance that He is with you, now and always. Even when life feels overwhelming, when it seems that the weight of the world is pressing down on your shoulders, God is with you. He is there in the quiet moments when you feel alone, in the chaos when everything seems to be falling apart, and in the moments when you don't know how to take the next step. His presence is not distant or removed, but intimate and close, like a loving friend who walks beside you, even when the path is dark and uncertain. The beauty of God's presence is that it is not based on our circumstances. It does not waver depending on whether life is going well or whether we are facing challenges. God is the same yesterday, today, and forever, and His promise to be with us never changes. No matter what we are going through, His love and His presence are constant, unwavering, and faithful. There is a deep comfort in knowing that God is with us, even when we are at our weakest. We often feel that we need to be strong, to hold everything together, to figure things out on our own. But the truth is, God does not expect us to carry the weight of the world on our own shoulders. He invites us to lean on Him, to find our strength in His presence, to trust that He is holding us, even when we feel like we are falling apart. In the Psalms, David often cries out to God in moments of distress, yet he always returns to the truth that God is with him. In Psalm 23, David declares, Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Notice that David doesn't say he will never walk through dark valleys. He acknowledges that there will be times of hardship, times when the way forward seems unclear, and yet he is confident that he has nothing to fear. Why? Because God is with him. This is the promise that we can hold on to in our own lives. We may not be able to avoid the valleys, the difficulties, or the challenges, but we can walk through them with confidence because God is with us. His presence is our refuge, our safe place, the assurance that we are not alone, no matter what we face. God's presence is also a source of hope. In the moments when life feels heavy, when we are burdened by sorrow or weighed down by uncertainty, we can find hope in the knowledge that God is with us. His presence is a reminder that we are never without hope because He is always at work, even when we cannot see it. He is always moving on our behalf, orchestrating things for our good, and bringing beauty out of the ashes. Hope is not just a wishful thinking or an optimistic outlook, it is a deep, abiding trust in God's goodness and His faithfulness. It is the belief that, because God is with us, we have nothing to fear. It is the assurance that even in the darkest moments, there is a light that cannot be extinguished because it comes from the one who is the light of the world. When we feel hopeless, when life feels overwhelming, God invites us to rest in His presence. He calls us to stop striving, to cease our anxious efforts to control or fix everything, and to simply be with Him. In His presence, we find rest for our souls. In His presence, we are reminded that we do not have to have all the answers because He is the answer. We do not have to have everything figured out because He knows the way, and He is with us on the journey. Sometimes it can be hard to sense God's presence, especially when we are going through difficult times. It can feel as though God is far away, as though He has abandoned us. But the truth is, God never leaves us. Even when we cannot feel Him, even when we cannot see what He is doing, He is still there. His presence is not dependent on our ability to perceive it. It is a reality that remains true, regardless of our feelings. In those moments when it feels like God is distant, we are called to trust in His character, to trust that He is faithful, even when we cannot see how He is working. We are called to remember that His presence is not something we earn or achieve. It is a gift that He freely gives to us, simply because He loves us. It is in these moments of feeling distant from God that we are invited to draw near to Him in faith. James 4:8 tells us, "Draw near to God, and He will draw near to you." This is a beautiful promise, one that reminds us that God is always ready to meet us where we are. He is always ready to draw near to us, to comfort us, to guide us, and to remind us that we are never alone. Drawing near to God can look different for each of us. For some, it may mean spending time in prayer, pouring out our hearts to Him and asking for His help. For others, it may mean immersing ourselves in His Word, allowing His truth to speak to the deepest parts of our souls. For still others, it may mean simply sitting in silence, resting in the knowledge that God is with us, even when we have no words to say. However we choose to draw near to God, the important thing is that we do it. We don't have to wait until we have everything figured out, or until we feel like we are in a good place spiritually. God invites us to come to Him as we are, with all of our fears, doubts, and struggles, and to trust that He will meet us there. The beauty of God's presence is that it transforms us. When we spend time with Him, when we rest in His presence, we are changed. Our perspective shifts, our hearts are softened, and we begin to see the world through His eyes. We are reminded of His love for us, of His grace that is always sufficient, and of His power that is made perfect in our weakness. God's presence also gives us courage. In the moments when we are called to step out in faith, to take risks, or to face challenges, we can do so with confidence, because we know that God is with us. We do not have to rely on our own strength or our own abilities. We can rely on His strength and His presence, knowing that He is with us every step of the way. When God calls us to something, He does not abandon us to figure it out on our own. He goes before us, preparing the way, and He walks beside us, offering guidance and support. He empowers us to do what we could never do on our own. giving us the courage to face our fears and the strength to persevere. This courage is not a product of self-confidence or human determination. It is a gift from God, born out of our trust in His presence. It is the courage that comes from knowing that we are never alone, that we are loved by a God who is always with us, and that He will never leave us or forsake us. In moments of great difficulty, when fear threatens to overwhelm us, God's presence is a source of peace and strength. It is the assurance that no matter what happens, we are held in His loving hands. Even when the outcome is uncertain, even when the future is unclear, we can face it with courage because we know that God is with us. God's presence is also a source of joy. In the midst of life's challenges, it can be easy to lose sight of the joy that comes from being in relationship with God. But His presence fills our hearts with joy, even in the midst of trials. It is a joy that is not dependent on our circumstances, but on the unchanging truth that we are loved by a God who is with us. This joy is not a fleeting emotion or a temporary feeling of happiness. It is a deep, abiding sense of contentment and peace that comes from knowing that we are never alone. It is the joy that comes from knowing that no matter what happens, we are loved by a God who is with us and who will never leave us. God's presence is a constant reminder that we are never alone. In every moment of our lives, He is with us, guiding us, comforting us, and giving us the strength we need to face whatever comes our way. His presence is a gift, a promise, and a source of hope, courage, and joy. And it is a reminder that no matter what we face, we are never alone. God is with us now and always. The reality that God is with us is far more than a comforting thought. It is the foundation upon which we build our entire spiritual existence. In a world where so many things seem transient, where circumstances change in an instant, where relationships ebb and flow, and where our own emotions can feel like a whirlwind, there is a deep reassurance in knowing that God's presence is constant. It does not falter or shift with the changing tides of our lives. Instead, it remains steady, a solid rock upon which we can anchor ourselves. This is not a distant presence, one that watches from afar, but a close and intimate one. God is not simply near us, He is with us, beside us, and within us. To grasp the fullness of this truth, we must allow it to penetrate beyond the surface of our understanding and let it reach into the deepest places of our hearts. We live in a world that values self-sufficiency, independence, and the ability to control our circumstances. We are often taught to believe that our strength lies in our ability to manage everything on our own, to solve our own problems, and to find our own way. But this mindset can only take us so far. There comes a point in all of our lives when we are faced with situations that are beyond our control, times when our own strength, wisdom, and understanding are not enough. It is in these moments that the truth of God's presence becomes our lifeline. Consider the moments in your own life when you have felt overwhelmed, when the weight of your circumstances seemed too heavy to bear, or when you were uncertain of how to move forward. In those moments, the knowledge that God is with you can be the difference between despair and hope. It reminds you that you do not have to face life's challenges alone. You do not have to carry the burden of your worries, fears, or doubts by yourself. God is with you, walking alongside you, bearing the load with you. This truth does not necessarily remove the difficulties we face, but it transforms the way we experience them. It gives us the courage to persevere, the strength to endure, and the hope to believe that we will emerge from the storm on the other side. When we embrace the reality that God is with us, we begin to see our circumstances through a different lens. No longer are we left to navigate the trials of life with a sense of helplessness or isolation. Instead, we can approach them with the confidence that we are never alone. This is not just wishful thinking or a comforting notion to help us sleep at night. It is a foundational truth that has been echoed throughout the ages in the lives of countless men and women of faith. From the Israelites wandering in the wilderness to the early Christians facing persecution, the message has remained the same: God is with us. He goes before us, walks beside us, and remains behind us, protecting us on all sides. Even when we cannot feel His presence, it is still there. Our human senses are limited, and there are times when God's presence feels distant or hidden from us. But this does not mean He has abandoned us. In fact, some of the most profound moments of God's presence come in the times when we feel He is furthest away. It is often in the quiet, in the stillness, in the waiting, that we come to realize how deeply God is at work in our lives, even when we cannot see it. His presence is not dependent on our ability to perceive it. It is a constant, unwavering reality, and it requires us to trust in something greater than our own understanding. This trust can be difficult, especially in moments of deep pain or confusion. When life takes unexpected turns, when we face loss, disappointment, or heartache, it can feel as though God has left us to fend for ourselves. But Scripture reminds us time and again that God never abandons His children. In the book of Psalms, David cries out in his distress, yet he continually returns to the truth that God is his refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. This is not the response of someone who has never experienced hardship. It is the response of someone who has known both the highs and the lows of life and has found that, through it all, God is faithful. God's presence is not something we earn or achieve. It is a gift freely given. This is perhaps one of the most beautiful aspects of our relationship with God. He does not withhold His presence based on our performance, our faithfulness, or our ability to maintain a perfect life. God is with us not because we are deserving, but because He is loving. His presence is a reflection of His character, not our worthiness. This means that even in our moments of failure, in our doubts, in our struggles, God remains with us. His love is steadfast, and His commitment to us is unwavering. One of the profound implications of God's presence with us is that it transforms how we relate to others. When we are deeply rooted in the assurance that God is with us, it frees us from the need to seek validation or approval from the world around us. We no longer need to rely on the opinions or acceptance of others to feel secure in who we are. God's presence reminds us that we are already fully known and fully loved. This gives us the freedom to extend love, grace, and compassion to those around us without fear or reservation. We can live out our faith boldly, knowing that we are supported by a power far greater than anything this world can offer. Furthermore, God's presence calls us to action. It is not something we are meant to hoard or keep to ourselves. When we recognize that God is with us, we are compelled to share that truth with others. We are called to be vessels of His love, to bring His presence into the lives of those who are hurting, lost, or in need. This does not always require grand gestures or extraordinary acts. Often, it is in the small, quiet moments of kindness, compassion, and service that we reflect the presence of God to the world. When we offer a listening ear, a helping hand, or a word of encouragement, we become conduits of God's love and presence in the lives of others. The knowledge that God is with us also gives us hope for the future. No matter what challenges lie ahead, no matter what uncertainties we may face, we can move forward with confidence, because we know that we are not walking into the unknown alone. God goes before us, preparing the way, and He will be with us in every step we take. This assurance allows us to live with boldness, to take risks in faith, and to pursue the calling that God has placed on our lives without fear of failure. Even when we stumble or fall, God's presence lifts us up and sets us back on the path He has laid before us. In times of trial, we often seek comfort in the idea that everything happens for a reason, but the deeper comfort lies not in understanding the reasons behind our struggles, but in knowing that we are not alone in them. God's presence with us means that we do not have to understand all the answers. We do not have to make sense of every situation. Instead, we can rest in the knowledge that God is in control, and that His presence is enough to carry us through whatever comes our way. The reality that God is with us changes everything. It transforms our perspective, our relationships, our actions, and our hope for the future. It is a truth that sustains us in the darkest of times and fills us with joy in the brightest moments of life. God is with us, and because of that, we can face whatever comes with courage, peace, and the unwavering assurance that we are never alone. This truth, this reality, is what carries us forward, no matter what the journey ahead holds. The message that God is with us is one of the most profound and comforting truths we can ever embrace. It serves as a foundation for hope, strength, and peace in every circumstance of life. When we are faced with uncertainty, hardship, or even moments of joy and triumph, Knowing that God is ever present can shift our entire perspective. It changes the way we experience the highs and lows, the mundane and the extraordinary, and even the moments where we feel lost or unsure of where we stand. To say that God is with us is not a mere statement of religious doctrine. It is an invitation to live a life of deep, abiding trust. It calls us to let go of the anxieties that come from trying to control everything and to place our confidence in the one who holds all things together. There is a tremendous freedom that comes from realizing we are not alone in the battles we face. We are not left to navigate the complexities of life on our own, nor are we left to wonder whether we are truly seen or understood. God is with us, and because of that, we can breathe a little easier, even in the most difficult of circumstances. In a world that often feels fragmented, where relationships can be fragile, and where we sometimes feel disconnected from others or even from ourselves, the presence of God reminds us that there is an unshakable connection that remains. No matter how isolated or abandoned we may feel, the truth is that God's presence never leaves us. This connection is not something we have to earn or chase after. It is a gift, a grace freely given, born out of God's unrelenting love for us. Whether we are aware of it or not, His presence envelops us, guides us, and sustains us, providing a steady undercurrent of love and care that flows through every moment of our lives. In our darkest moments, the knowledge of God's presence can be the light that keeps us going. When despair knocks at our door, when grief seems too heavy to bear, or when fear threatens to paralyze us, we can take refuge in the truth that we are not alone. The God who created the universe, who holds the stars in place, is also the God who walks beside us, who knows our pain intimately, and who promises to be our source of comfort and strength. He is not a distant deity watching from afar, but a loving Father who enters into our pain and walks with us through it. What's more, God's presence is not just with us in our suffering, it is with us in our joy, in our celebrations, and in the moments of quiet contentment. Sometimes we think of God as being closest to us only when we are in need, but His presence permeates every aspect of our lives, the good and the bad. He rejoices with us in our victories and accomplishments, in the beauty of a new day, in the simple pleasures of life. His presence is there in the laughter of friends, in the comfort of a warm home, and in the quiet peace that comes from a heart at rest. Knowing that God is with us transforms how we experience these moments. It deepens our gratitude, enriches our joy, and gives us the profound sense that every moment of our lives is filled with divine purpose. We are often tempted to rely on our own strength, to push forward in life with a sense of independence or self-sufficiency. The world teaches us that success comes from within ourselves, that we must be our own source of strength, courage, and determination. But the presence of God invites us to a different way of living. It reminds us that we were never meant to carry the weight of life on our own. We were never meant to bear our burdens in isolation, or to navigate the twists and turns of life relying solely on our own understanding. God's presence is a reminder that we are held by something far greater than ourselves, that we can release our need for control, and that in doing so we find true freedom and peace. Trusting in God's presence is not always easy. There are times when He feels distant, when we can't sense His nearness, and when we wonder if He has abandoned us. But faith calls us to trust in what we cannot see, to believe that God is with us even when our feelings tell us otherwise. It's in these moments that we are invited to lean not on our own understanding, but on the promises of God. His word is full of reminders that He will never leave us or forsake us, that He is with us always, even to the end of the age. These promises are not empty words, they are the very foundation of our hope. In the Old Testament, the Israelites were constantly reminded of God's presence as they journeyed through the wilderness. They were led by a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, visible signs of God's presence with them. Today we may not have such physical manifestations, but we have the assurance of God's Spirit dwelling within us. Through the Holy Spirit, God's presence is not just near us, it is within us, guiding, comforting, and empowering us. This reality should transform the way we approach every situation in life. Whether we are facing a challenge at work, a conflict in a relationship, or a decision about our future, we can do so with the confidence that God is with us, providing the wisdom and strength we need. It is also important to remember that God's presence is not just for our personal comfort and well-being. It calls us to action, to live lives that reflect His love and His goodness in the world. Knowing that God is with us should inspire us to be courageous in our faith, to step out in love and service to others, knowing that we are not doing it alone. When we are called to speak up for justice, to offer compassion to the hurting, or to extend forgiveness to those who have wronged us, we can do so with the confidence that God's presence goes before us and empowers us to do what we could not do on our own. The presence of God is also a source of unity. In a world divided by differences, whether they be political, cultural, or social, God's presence reminds us that we are all connected by something greater than ourselves. When we are aware of God's presence with us, we can begin to see His image in others, even in those with whom we disagree or with whom we have little in common. This awareness of God's presence should move us toward greater compassion, greater understanding, and greater efforts toward reconciliation. It should lead us to be peacemakers, bridge builders, and agents of healing in a broken world. The truth that God is with us gives us an unshakable foundation for life. No matter what storms may come, no matter what trials we may face, we can stand firm in the knowledge that we are not alone. We are loved by a God who is with us, who knows us by name, and who walks with us every step of the way. This truth should give us great peace, great courage, and great hope as we navigate the complexities of life. In the end, the presence of God is the greatest gift we could ever receive. It is the assurance that we are never alone, the source of our strength, and the foundation of our hope. It is the invitation to live lives of deep trust, to let go of our anxieties, and to embrace the freedom that comes from knowing that we are held by a love that will never let us go. God is with us now and always, and that is enough. There comes a moment in life when every step feels heavy and every path seems blocked. You may be battling storms that no one sees, carrying burdens that weigh on your soul. Perhaps you've tried everything, leaning on your own strength, seeking counsel, even putting on a brave face. But deep down, you know something is missing. What if the answer to your struggles is not in fighting harder, but in surrendering? What if the key to your breakthrough is trusting a power far greater than your own? Stay with me, and I'll show you how to unlock the peace and victory you've been searching for before time slips away. Life often throws us into valleys so deep that we begin to question everything we believe. Our plans crumble, relationships falter, and health declines, leaving us standing in the midst of chaos. The human response is to control, fix, and resolve. Yet the more we strive in our own might, the more entangled we become. This is where many falter, not because they lack faith, but because they misplace it. We turn to temporary solutions for eternal problems, forgetting that our trials were never meant to be shouldered alone. God's word reminds us in Proverbs 3:5-6 to trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. But trusting is not passive, it is an active, deliberate choice to relinquish control. Surrendering to God does not mean you stop caring. It means you acknowledge that He cares more deeply for you than you could ever imagine. It is in our moments of greatest vulnerability that His strength is made perfect. Paul understood this truth when he wrote in 2 Corinthians 12:9, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Your weaknesses, your struggles, they are not signs of defeat, but invitations for divine intervention. Now think of the countless biblical figures who faced overwhelming odds yet found victory when they placed their trust in God. Consider David, a shepherd boy, standing before the giant Goliath. By human standards, he was no match. Yet his confidence was not in his slingshot, but in the God who had delivered him from the paw of the lion and the bear. David declared, "The battle is the Lord's," 1 Samuel 17:47. He understood that when you place your struggles in God's hands, you align yourself with a power that no force on earth can withstand. Similarly, the Israelites stood trapped between Pharaoh's advancing army and the Red Sea. In their panic, they cried out, questioning why they had left Egypt only to die in the wilderness. But Moses responded with unwavering faith, "Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. Exodus 14:13. And what happened? The sea parted, and they walked through on dry ground. It was not their strategy or strength that saved them, it was their obedience and trust in God's plan. But why is it so difficult for us to let go and trust? Fear, doubt, and pride often stand in the way. We fear losing control, we doubt God's timing, and we pride ourselves on our ability to solve problems. Yet these very things prevent us from experiencing the fullness of God's promises. Isaiah 41:10 provides a powerful reminder, so do not fear, for I am with you, do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you, I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. When fear grips you, let these words anchor your soul. God's presence is your assurance, His strength your refuge. The journey of trust begins in the mind. Romans 12:2 urges us, do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. To place your struggles in God's hands, you must first relinquish the worldly mindset that tells you to rely solely on yourself. Instead, embrace a kingdom perspective. See your challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities for God to demonstrate His power and faithfulness. When you renew your mind, you open the door for God to transform your circumstances. And what about those silent battles, the ones no one else sees? The financial strain, the broken marriage, the health scare, the deep loneliness. God sees it all. Psalm 34:18 assures us, the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. You are never alone in your struggles. The same God who calmed the storm with a word, who fed thousands with a few loaves and fish, and who raised Lazarus from the dead, is the God who walks with you through every trial. Prayer is your direct line to this God of miracles. Yet prayer is not merely a ritual, it is a conversation, an exchange of your burdens for His peace. Philippians 4:6-7 teaches us, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your request to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. When you pray, you are not simply speaking into the void, you are engaging with the Creator of the universe, the one who holds your life in His hands. Faith without action, however, is incomplete. James 2:26 declares, as the body without the spirit is dead, so faith without deeds is dead. Trusting God requires you to step out in obedience, even when the path ahead is unclear. Like Peter stepping out of the boat to walk on water, your faith must propel you into action. It may feel risky, even terrifying, but know that God's hand is always there to catch you if you begin to sink. The enemy will try to distract and discourage you, whispering lies that you are alone, unworthy, and beyond help. But these are tactics designed to keep you from your destiny. Stand firm on the truth of God's word. Ephesians 6:10-11 instructs us to be strong in the Lord and in His mighty power. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Equip yourself daily with His word, and let it be your shield and sword in the battles you face. When you finally place your struggles in God's hands, something extraordinary happens. The weight you've been carrying begins to lift, and peace that defies human understanding floods your heart. You may not see the resolution immediately, but you will sense God's presence guiding and sustaining you. His timing is perfect, His methods beyond comprehension, and His love unfailing. Trust that He is working all things together for your good, as Romans 8:28 promises. The key is perseverance. Galatians 6:9 encourages us, let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest. If we do not give up, God's plan for your life is far greater than anything you could imagine, but it requires your steadfast faith. Do not grow weary in the waiting, the harvest is coming. Keep pressing forward, knowing that every tear, every prayer, and every act of faith is preparing you for a breakthrough. When you decide to place everything in God's hands, you enter a realm where human understanding gives way to divine wisdom. It is here, in this sacred space of surrender, that God begins to work in ways that defy explanation. The process, however, requires patience, a virtue that challenges the very core of our human nature. We live in a world that thrives on immediacy, where waiting feels like an eternity. Yet God's timing operates beyond the constraints of our schedules. He works in seasons, not seconds. Ecclesiastes 3:11 reminds us He has made everything beautiful in its time. Trusting in His time, trusting in His timing means believing that every delay has a purpose, every pause a divine reason. Consider Joseph, a man who endured years of betrayal, slavery, and imprisonment before stepping into his destiny. From the outside, his life seemed like a series of unfortunate events. But Joseph never wavered in his faith. He understood that God's promises are not voided by life's detours. In Genesis 50:20, Joseph declared to his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." His journey was a testament to the power of endurance and unwavering trust in God's plan. Every struggle you face is an opportunity for growth. Trials refine your character and deepen your reliance on God. James 1:2-4 speaks to this truth. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. It is in the fire of adversity that your faith is purified, much like gold refined in a furnace. The discomfort you feel now is molding you into the person God created you to be. Faith is not the absence of doubt, but the choice to believe in spite of it. Doubt will always attempt to creep into your mind, whispering questions that challenge your trust in God's promises. When those moments arise, return to His Word, which is filled with assurances of His faithfulness. Hebrews 10:23 encourages us to hold unswervingly to the hope we profess, for He who promised is faithful, His track record is flawless. He has never failed, and He never will. As you journey through life's challenges, remember that you are not navigating uncharted territory alone. God's presence is a constant, even when you cannot feel it. The psalmist beautifully captures this in Psalm 23:4. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and your staff. They comfort me. The valleys you face may seem endless, but they are not without purpose. Every step through the darkness brings you closer to the light of His deliverance. God often uses our struggles to draw us closer to Him. In times of ease and abundance, it is easy to become complacent, to lose sight of our dependence on God. But when life becomes difficult, we are reminded of our need for Him. These moments of vulnerability open the door for a deeper, more intimate relationship with the Creator. Psalm 46:1 declares, "God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble in the midst of your pain. He is not distant, He is drawing near, offering comfort and strength." The enemy, however, will do everything in his power to convince you otherwise. He will attempt to isolate you, planting seeds of despair and hopelessness. But the enemy's power is limited, and his defeat is already sealed. Colossians 2:15 proclaims, "And having disarmed the powers and authorities, He made a public spectacle of them. Triumphing over them by the cross, victory is your inheritance, secured through Christ's sacrifice." The battles you face are not for your destruction, but for the demonstration of God's glory. Prayer becomes a lifeline in these moments. It is through prayer that you align your heart with God's will, seeking His guidance and strength. Jesus Himself demonstrated the power of prayer during His time on earth. In the Garden of Gethsemane, facing the weight of the cross, He prayed, "Not my will, but yours be done," Luke 22:42. His prayer was one of surrender, a model for us to follow. In your own life, let your prayers be a reflection of trust, a declaration that you are placing every struggle in His capable hands. The power of community should not be underestimated. God often works through others to provide encouragement, wisdom, and support. Ecclesiastes 4:9-10 reminds us, "Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up." Surround yourself with people who will lift you up in prayer, speak life into your situation, and remind you of God's promises. Together you can stand stronger against the challenges you face. Your struggles, though painful, are not permanent. They are temporary seasons designed to prepare you for the next chapter of your life. Romans 8:18 offers hope, stating, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. The hardships you endure now are shaping you for a future that is far greater than you can imagine. God's plans for you are filled with hope and purpose, as declared in Jeremiah 29:11, for I know the plans I have for you. Declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. In moments of uncertainty, cling to the promises of God. His word is a lamp to your feet and a light to your path, Psalm 119:105. It provides guidance, assurance, and strength for every challenge you face. Even when the path ahead seems unclear, trust that He is leading you toward His perfect will. His plans are not always immediately visible, but they are always unfolding, perfectly timed and orchestrated. There will be moments when you are tempted to give up, to let the weight of your struggles overwhelm you. In those moments, remember the words of Isaiah 40:31, but those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. God's strength is inexhaustible, and He offers it freely to those who trust in Him. When your strength fails, His power prevails. The journey of faith is not without its challenges, but it is one that leads to eternal reward. Every trial, every prayer offered in faith brings you closer to the fulfillment of God's promises. Hebrews 11:6 reminds us that without faith it is impossible to please God, because anyone who comes to Him must believe that He exists, and that He rewards those who earnestly seek Him. Your faith, even as small as a mustard seed, holds the power to move mountains. The legacy of your trust in God will extend beyond your own life. Your story of faith and perseverance will inspire others to seek God in their own struggles. As you place your struggles in His hands, you become a living testimony of His grace, love, and power. Your life becomes a beacon of hope, pointing others to the one who is greater than any challenge they face. God's ways are higher than our ways, and His thoughts are infinitely beyond what we can comprehend. Yet, in His infinite wisdom, He chooses to involve us in His divine plan, weaving our struggles into a greater narrative of redemption and purpose. When you place your life in God's hands, you are giving Him permission to turn your pain into purpose, your trials into triumphs, and your tests into testimonies. The very things that once seemed to break you are the same things He will use to build you. Consider the example of David, a shepherd boy anointed to be king. Before he could ascend to the throne, David faced a multitude of challenges, including the jealousy and pursuit of King Saul. It would have been easy for David to grow weary and abandon his calling. But in every moment of despair, David sought refuge in God. He poured out his heart in prayer and worship, and in return, God strengthened him for the journey. Psalm 34:17-18 beautifully encapsulates this truth. The righteous cry out, and the Lord hears them. He delivers them from all their troubles. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Even in the wilderness, David knew that God was shaping him for his destiny. In the same way, your current struggles are not a detour, but a part of God's process of preparation. He is refining you, stretching your faith, and equipping you for the calling on your life. Each difficulty you face is like a chisel in the hands of a master sculptor, carefully shaping you into his masterpiece. Ephesians 2:10 declares, "For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do." You were not created to live a life of defeat, but to walk in the fullness of God's purpose. When you release control and place your burdens in God's hands, you make room for His peace to fill your heart. This peace is not contingent on your circumstances. It is a supernatural assurance that God is in control, no matter what you face. Philippians 4:6-7 encourages us, "Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." This peace serves as a shield, protecting your mind from the lies of the enemy and your heart from the weight of fear. There is incredible power in trusting God through uncertainty. When the Israelites stood before the Red Sea, pursued by Pharaoh's army, their situation seemed hopeless. But Moses, in faith, declared in Exodus 14:13-14, "Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." In that moment of stillness, God performed a miracle, parting the sea and leading his people to safety. What seemed like an insurmountable obstacle became the stage for his glory to be revealed. Your life too is filled with moments where God is preparing to part the seas before you. But it requires your faith and obedience to trust him, even when you cannot see a way forward. Isaiah 43:19 promises, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up, do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland." God specializes in making a way where there seems to be no way. His solutions are often beyond our imagination, but they are always perfect. One of the greatest challenges in placing our struggles in God's hands is letting go of the need for control. As humans, we have an innate desire to manage every aspect of our lives, believing that we know what is best. But control is an illusion. And the more we try to hold on, the more we realize our limitations. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." Trusting God means surrendering your understanding and embracing his sovereignty. Abraham, the father of faith, is a profound example of this principle. When God called him to leave his homeland and go to a place he had never seen, Abraham obeyed without hesitation. His faith was tested further when God asked him to sacrifice his son Isaac, the very promise through whom God had said he would establish a great nation. Abraham's willingness to surrender even his most cherished blessing demonstrated his complete trust in God's plan. In the end, God provided a ram in place of Isaac, affirming his faithfulness and rewarding Abraham's obedience. Genesis 22:14 captures this moment. "So Abraham called that place, the Lord will provide. And to this day it is said, on the mountain of the Lord it will be provided." This level of trust and surrender may seem daunting, but it is in these moments of ultimate reliance on God that we experience his provision and power. When you place your struggles in his hands, you are not relinquishing control to a distant deity, but entrusting your life to a loving Father who cares deeply for you. 1 Peter 5:7 encourages us, "Cast all your anxiety on him because he cares for you." His care is personal, his love unwavering, and his power limitless. Throughout Scripture, we see the consistent theme of God using the weak, the broken, and the overlooked to accomplish his purposes. Gideon, who saw himself as the least in his family and from the weakest clan in Israel, was called by God to deliver his people from the Midianites. Despite his doubts and insecurities, God used Gideon mightily, proving that his strength is made perfect in our weakness. Judges 6:12 records the angel of the Lord's greeting to Gideon, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." God does not see you as the world sees you. He sees your potential and calls you according to his purpose. Your struggles do not disqualify you, they position you for greater impact. The Apostle Paul understood this deeply, writing in 2 Corinthians 12:9-10. "But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses, so that Christ's power may rest on me. That is why. For Christ's sake I delight in weaknesses, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, in difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am strong. It is in your moments of greatest weakness that God's power shines the brightest." The journey of faith is not a solitary one. God places people in your life to walk alongside you, to encourage you, and to remind you of his promises. The community of believers is a gift, providing support and accountability. Galatians 6:2 calls us to carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ, lean into the fellowship of others. For God often uses their words and actions to reveal his love and guidance. As you navigate the complexities of life, remember that God is always at work, even when you cannot see it. His hand is in every detail, orchestrating events to fulfill his purposes. Romans 8:28 assures us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." This promise does not mean that life will be free from pain or difficulty, but it does mean that every experience, whether joyous or painful, is being woven into a tapestry of divine beauty. Your faithfulness in the face of adversity is not in vain. God is a rewarder of those who diligently seek him, as stated in Hebrews 11:6. The seeds of faith you plant today will yield a harvest in due time. Galatians 6:9 encourages us, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up persevere, knowing that your labor, your prayers, and your trust in God are never wasted." The deeper you walk with God, the more you realize that every challenge has a divine purpose. What may seem like an insurmountable obstacle in your life is actually an opportunity for God to demonstrate his power and glory. This realization shifts your perspective, allowing you to see your struggles not as punishments, but as platforms for God's intervention. Every delay, every disappointment, and every difficulty becomes a setup for a breakthrough, a moment where God's faithfulness is revealed in ways you could never imagine. I think of Joseph, sold into slavery by his own brothers and later unjustly imprisoned. By all human standards, Joseph's life seemed to spiral from one tragedy to another. Yet through every trial, God was at work, positioning Joseph for a purpose far greater than he could have envisioned. When the time was right, God elevated Joseph to a place of influence in Egypt, where he became a vessel of provision and deliverance for his family and an entire nation. In Genesis 50:20, Joseph declares to his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." This powerful statement reminds us that God can transform even the most painful circumstances into instruments of his divine will. Your life is no different. The moments you perceive as setbacks are often setups for God's glory. His timing is perfect, even when it feels delayed by human standards. Habakkuk 2:3 reassures us, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, it speaks of the end, and will not prove false. Though it lingers, wait for it, it will certainly come, and will not delay." Trusting God's timing requires patience and faith, especially when the wait feels unbearable. But know this: God is never late. His plans for you are unfolding exactly as they should in his perfect schedule. The beauty of walking in faith is that it cultivates a spirit of expectancy. When you place your struggles in God's hands, you begin to anticipate his move, looking forward to how he will show up and turn things around. This expectancy fuels your hope and strengthens your resolve. Romans 5:3-5 speaks to this process. Not only so, but we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, character, and character, hope. And hope does not put us to shame, because God's love has been poured out into our hearts through the Holy Spirit who has been given to us. The hope that comes from trusting God is not a passive wish, it is an active confidence rooted in his promises. This confidence enables you to praise him even before the breakthrough comes. The enemy wants to silence your praise, knowing that it is a powerful weapon in spiritual warfare. But when you choose to lift your voice in worship despite your circumstances, you shift the atmosphere. Paul and Silas understood this truth. Imprisoned for preaching the gospel, they could have succumbed to despair. Instead, they prayed and sang hymns to God. Acts 16:25-26 recounts what happened next. About midnight, Paul and Silas were praying and singing hymns to God, and the other prisoners were listening to them. Suddenly there was such a violent earthquake that the foundations of the prison were shaken. At once all the prison doors flew open, and everyone's chains came loose. Their praise not only brought deliverance for themselves, but also for those around them. In your darkest moments, praise becomes a declaration of your trust in God's sovereignty. It signals to the spiritual realm that your faith is unshakable, that you believe in God's power to intervene. This kind of faith pleases God and invites his presence into your situation. Psalm 22:3 tells us, "But you are holy, enthroned in the praises of Israel. When you worship, you create an environment where God's presence dwells, and where his presence is, there is freedom." Freedom in Christ does not mean an absence of struggles. It means those struggles no longer define or confine you. Jesus himself assured us in John 16:33, I have told you these things so that in me you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble. But take heart, I have overcome the world. Your peace comes from knowing that the ultimate victory has already been won. Every battle you face has an end point, and on the other side of it, you will find that God's grace has carried you through. The grace of God is a sustaining force that empowers you to endure. It is not merely a covering for your sins, but an enabling power that helps you rise above life's challenges. Today I want to share something that will forever change the way you approach your life. There are 3 simple words that can turn your deepest desires, your wildest dreams into reality. It sounds almost too easy, doesn't it? But that's because we've been conditioned to believe that manifestation is a struggle, that we must force our will to create what we want. Nothing could be further from the truth. The truth is, the power to manifest anything you want already lies within you, waiting to be unleashed. And these 3 words, when spoken from a place of belief, trust, and inner knowing, are the key to unlocking that power. They are more than just words. They are the vibration that signals to the universe that your dream has already been realized. They are a declaration of your state of being, the essence of creation itself. But before I reveal the words, you must understand that manifestation is not about asking for something that doesn't exist. It is about aligning yourself with the state of already having it. Everything you desire is already yours. The moment you ask, it is given. The universe is not withholding your dreams, it is waiting for you to claim them. And to claim them, you must move beyond doubt, beyond fear, and into the knowing that what you want is already yours. So what are these 3 words? It is done. These words hold the power to transform your life instantly and effortlessly. When you say, it is done, you are not hoping, you are not wishing, and you are certainly not begging. You are stating a fact. You are speaking from a place of certainty that your desire has already materialized, even if your physical eyes cannot yet see it. You see, the moment you declare it is done, you are collapsing the gap between wanting and having. You are no longer waiting for something to happen in the future, you are living from the end, acting as if it is already so. This is the key. The law of assumption teaches us that whatever we assume to be true in consciousness must manifest in our reality. When you say it is done, you are assuming the state of your wish fulfilled. You are living in the end, and the universe has no choice but to respond to that. Now you might be wondering, how can it manifest in just one day? It's because time, as we perceive it, is an illusion. The universe does not operate within the confines of time. It operates in alignment with your state of being. When you fully embrace the feeling that your desire is already fulfilled, manifestation happens swiftly and effortlessly. In fact, it can happen in the blink of an eye. The only delay is your resistance, the doubts, fears, and limiting beliefs that block the flow of creation. So how do you remove this resistance? By stepping into the feeling that it is already done. Feel it now. Close your eyes and imagine what it would feel like to already have what you want. How would you walk? How would you talk? How would you think and act? Embody that version of yourself, the one who already has everything they desire. Let that feeling flood your entire being. And then when you are fully immersed in that state, speak the words, it is done. Say it with conviction. Say it with belief. Feel the shift in your energy as you speak it. Because in that moment you are no longer asking, you are receiving. The door to your dreams is wide open, and all that is required of you is to step through it. Let me share a truth that many miss. The universe is a mirror, reflecting back to you whatever you project into it. When you live in lack, it mirrors lack. When you live in abundance, it mirrors abundance. The universe is not deciding what you get or don't get, it is simply responding to the state you are in. And when you declare it is done, you are projecting the state of fulfillment. You are no longer in the vibration of wanting, but of having. This is why it works so quickly, because you are no longer holding your desire at arm's length. You are bringing it into the present, into the now. So I urge you, stop wishing, stop hoping, stop doubting. Begin to live in the knowing that what you desire is already yours. Practice this every day. Whenever a doubt creeps in, remind yourself it is done. Whenever you feel impatient, say to yourself it is done, and most importantly, feel the truth of those words in every fiber of your being. Because when you truly believe that it is done, it must manifest. The universe is bound by law to bring you whatever you assume to be true. This is not magic, it is the natural order of creation. You are the creator of your reality, and your words, your thoughts, your feelings are the tools you use to shape it. The moment you declare it is done, you shift into a state of receivership, where everything you desire flows to you effortlessly. You no longer have to chase your dreams, because they are already chasing you. So what do you want to manifest? A new job, a loving relationship, financial abundance? It doesn't matter what it is, the process is the same. Close your eyes, feel the reality of it, and speak the words, it is done. And then let go of any doubt, any worry. Trust that it is already on its way, because it is. Remember, you are not separate from the universe, you are one with it. The power that creates worlds is within you, waiting to be unleashed. And all it takes is 3 simple words to set that power in motion. Say it now with absolute certainty, it is done, and watch as your dreams manifest into reality, faster than you ever imagined possible. The beauty of this process is that it is incredibly simple, yet simplicity is often the most difficult thing for us to grasp, isn't it? We have been trained to believe that for something to be powerful, it must be complex. But life's greatest truths are always simple. The power of creation does not lie in elaborate rituals or difficult practices. It is in the stillness of your mind and the conviction of your heart. The words "it is done" are powerful precisely because of their simplicity. They carry within them the essence of creation, the ability to bring forth into the physical what already exists in the unseen. The unseen realm is not a distant place, it is right here, within and around you at all times. Everything you could ever desire is already created in this invisible space. And your job is not to struggle to create it, but to align yourself with the reality of it. The moment you declare it is done, you are stepping into that reality, allowing it to materialize effortlessly. I want you to understand something fundamental. You are not creating anything new. You are simply becoming aware of what already exists. Your desires, your dreams, they are not some future possibility. They are present realities waiting for you to claim them. And the words "it is done" are your claim. They are your acceptance of what is already yours. The human mind, however, is often our greatest barrier. It clings to what is visible, what is tangible, and it struggles to accept that the unseen is just as real, if not more so. But what is visible to the physical eye is only a small fraction of the vast reality that surrounds us. The unseen, the unmanifest, is where all things begin. Every physical object, every experience you've ever had, was once an idea, a thought, an unseen potential. When you say it is done, you are acknowledging this truth. You are recognizing that the unmanifest is as real as the manifest. In fact, it is the source of all that is manifest. Everything begins in consciousness, and your consciousness is the creative force that brings it into form. So when you say it is done, you are not just uttering words. You are shifting your consciousness. You are moving from the state of wanting, which implies lack, into the state of having, which implies fulfillment. This shift in consciousness is the key to manifestation. You cannot manifest from a place of lack, from a place of wanting, because the universe will only mirror back to you what you are. If you are in a state of lack, the universe will continue to give you more experiences of lack. But when you say it is done and truly believe it, you are shifting into the state of having, and the universe will reflect that back to you. You may ask, how can I believe something is done when I cannot yet see it? And this is where faith comes in. Faith is not blind hope, it is the knowing that what you desire is already yours, even if your physical senses cannot yet perceive it. Faith is the bridge between the unseen and the seen, between the unmanifest and the manifest. It is the conviction that the moment you ask, it is given. But understand this, you are not asking in the way you may think. To ask is to assume. When you assume something is true, you are asking the universe to reflect that assumption back to you. This is the secret that has been known by all great teachers throughout history. They understood that the power to manifest lies not in the asking, but in the assuming. You must assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. You must assume that it is already done, and then act from that state. And this is why the words "it is done" are so powerful. They are an assumption. They are a declaration that what you desire has already come to pass. When you say these words, you are no longer in a state of wanting or hoping. You are in a state of fulfillment. And it is this state that the universe responds to. So I ask you, how would you live your life if you truly believed that your desires were already fulfilled? How would you think? How would you feel? How would you act? Begin to live from that state now, because that is the state that will bring your desires into reality. You must embody the feeling of already having what you want. Feel it in every fiber of your being. When you wake up in the morning, feel the joy and gratitude of already living your dream. When you go to bed at night, fall asleep in the assumption that it is done. This is not pretending it is creating. It is the process by which you bring the unseen into the seen. The physical world is simply a mirror of your inner state. If you are in a state of lack, if you are constantly focused on what you don't have, the mirror will reflect that back to you. But if you are in a state of fulfillment, if you live from the knowing that your desires are already yours, the mirror will reflect that. The outside world is a reflection of your inner world, and when you change your inner state, your outer reality must change to match it. Now this is where most people falter. They say the words "it is done," but they do not fully believe it. They allow doubt to creep in, and doubt is what blocks the manifestation. Doubt is what keeps you in the state of wanting, in the state of lack. You must be unwavering in your belief that it is done. You must trust the process even when your physical eyes cannot yet see the evidence. The universe works in perfect harmony, and when you align yourself with the state of having, the universe will move mountains to bring your desire into reality. But you must be patient. You must not allow impatience to disrupt the process. Impatience is a sign that you are still living in the state of wanting. It is a signal to the universe that you do not truly believe that it is done. Patience, on the other hand, is a signal of trust. It is the knowing that everything is unfolding perfectly, even if you cannot yet see it. It is the belief that your desire is already on its way to you, and that all you need to do is remain in the state of having. So how do you stay in this state of having? You practice it every day. You make it a habit to feel the feelings of already having what you want. You use your imagination, which is the creative power of the universe, to bring the feeling of fulfillment into your present moment. Your imagination is not just a tool for daydreaming, it is the bridge between the unmanifest and the manifest. When you use your imagination to feel the reality of your desire, you are bringing it into existence. But you must also let go. Let go of the need to control how and when your desire will manifest. The moment you say it is done, you have placed your order with the universe. Trust that the universe knows the perfect way to bring it to you. It may come in ways you never expected, in ways that are far better than you could have imagined. But you must allow it to come. You must not cling to the outcome, because clinging is a sign of lack. It is a signal to the universe that you do not truly believe it is done. So let go. Release the need to know how it will happen. Release the need to know when it will happen. Trust that it is already done, and that the universe is orchestrating everything in your favor. The moment you release your attachment to the outcome, you open the door for your desire to manifest. Remember, the universe is not withholding anything from you. It is not testing you or making you prove your worth. You are already worthy. You are already deserving of everything you desire. The only thing standing between you and your dreams is your own belief. So believe. Believe that it is done, and it will be. And when the manifestation comes, and it will come, do not be surprised. Do not act as though something miraculous has happened. Act as though it was the most natural thing in the world, because it is. Manifestation is not a miracle, it is the natural order of the universe. It is how things work. It is the process by which the invisible becomes visible, by which the unmanifest becomes manifest. So say the words, "It is done," say them with conviction, with belief, with the full knowing that your desire is already yours. And then live from that state. Feel the joy, the gratitude, the fulfillment of already having what you want. And watch as the universe brings your dreams into reality, faster than you ever thought possible. It is already done. The more you affirm this, the deeper it seeps into your consciousness, and the faster your reality will shift. You see, creation is not something distant or separate from you. It is you. The moment you say it is done, you are declaring that the creative process has already been set in motion. You are stepping into a new state of being, and that state, that assumption, is the key to everything. Imagine you are standing in front of a locked door. On the other side of this door is everything you've ever wanted: success, love, abundance, health, happiness. But the key to unlock this door is not outside of you, it is within. The key is your own belief, your conviction that it is already done. The moment you say with full certainty, "It is done," the door swings open effortlessly. You don't have to force it, you don't have to push or pull. It simply opens because you hold the key. This is why I urge you to hold these words in your heart, to let them permeate your entire being. "It is done." These words are not just a mental exercise. They are a shift in awareness, a transformation in consciousness. They are your declaration to the universe and to yourself that the work is already complete. When you embody this belief, you are no longer striving or struggling. You are no longer in a state of need or desperation. You are in the state of fulfillment. And this state is what allows your desires to materialize in your world. It's important to understand that the physical world is always a reflection of your inner state. Everything you experience in your outer life is a direct mirror of what is happening within. If you are in a state of doubt, fear, or worry, the world will reflect that back to you. But when you move into the state of knowing, the state of unwavering belief that it is already done, the world has no choice but to conform to that belief. You must hold this belief in the face of all appearances. Even when the outer world seems to show you the opposite, you must remain firm in your conviction. The physical world is always lagging behind the mental and spiritual worlds. It takes time for the unseen to become seen, for the invisible to become visible. But that does not mean it isn't already done. The moment you declare it, the moment you feel it as real within yourself, it is done. I think of the seed planted in the soil. When you plant a seed, you do not doubt that it will grow. You do not stand over the soil, anxiously waiting for it to sprout, wondering if it will ever happen. No, you trust that the seed will grow because you understand the process. You know that the seed must first take root in the darkness beneath the surface before it can emerge into the light. And so it is with your desires. The moment you plant the seed of your desire, by declaring it is done, the process begins. But just like the seed, it takes time for your desire to take root and grow. It must first develop in the unseen realms before it can appear in the physical. This is why patience and faith are so crucial. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. When you have faith, you are not relying on your physical senses to confirm what you know to be true. You are relying on your inner knowing, your inner vision. Faith is the bridge that connects the invisible with the visible, the unmanifest with the manifest. And patience is the understanding that everything happens in perfect timing. The universe operates on its own schedule, not ours. But rest assured, when you declare it is done, the universe immediately begins to work on your behalf. Your only job is to remain steadfast in your belief, to hold the vision of your fulfilled desire, and to allow the universe to bring it into being. But how do you maintain this belief, this feeling of fulfillment, when the world around you may seem to show you otherwise? This is where your imagination becomes your most powerful tool. Your imagination is not just a place of fantasy or escape. It is the creative power of the universe working through you. Everything that has ever been created in this world, every invention, every piece of art, every achievement, began in someone's imagination. Your imagination is the blueprint for your reality. When you imagine something vividly, with feeling and emotion, you are planting the seed of that reality in the unseen realms. And when you nourish that seed with your belief and attention, it must grow. It must become your reality. So I urge you to use your imagination wisely. Spend time each day imagining your desire as already fulfilled. Don't just see it, feel it. Feel the joy, the excitement, the relief of already having what you want. Feel it so deeply that it becomes real to you, more real than anything you can see with your physical eyes. Because in truth, what you imagine is just as real as what you can see and touch. In fact, it is more real because it is the source from which all physical things arise. When you live in the state of your wish fulfilled, when you feel as though your desire is already yours, you are aligning yourself with the frequency of that reality. You are becoming a vibrational match to your desire, and the universe will bring it to you effortlessly. You won't have to chase it, you won't have to struggle for it. It will come to you naturally as a result of your alignment. But alignment is not a one-time thing. It is something you must practice every day. Every moment of every day, you are choosing what you align with. You are either aligning with your desires or with your doubts. You are either living in the state of having or in the state of wanting, and the choice is always yours. When you find yourself slipping into doubt or fear, gently bring yourself back to the state of having. Remind yourself that it is already done. Speak the words aloud. If you must, it is done. Feel the truth of those words in your heart. And then return to the feeling of already having what you want. It's important to remember that your feelings are your guide. Your emotions are always telling you what you are aligning with. When you feel joy, gratitude, and peace, you are in alignment with your desires. When you feel fear, doubt, or frustration, you are in alignment with lack. So pay attention to how you feel throughout the day and use your feelings as a compass to guide you back to the state of fulfillment. Gratitude is one of the most powerful ways to stay in alignment with your desires. When you are grateful, you are acknowledging that you have already received. You are affirming that it is done. So cultivate a practice of gratitude. Each day, give thanks for your desires as though they are already fulfilled. Feel the gratitude in your heart as you imagine your dreams coming true. This feeling of gratitude is the signal to the universe that you are in the state of having, and it will respond by bringing more things for you to be grateful for. It's also important to let go of any attachment to the outcome. Attachment comes from a place of fear and lack. It is the belief that if you do not get what you want, you will somehow be incomplete or unhappy. But true manifestation comes from a place of trust and surrender. It comes from the knowing that you are already whole, already complete, and that your desires are simply an expression of the fullness of who you are. When you let go of attachment, you are telling the universe that you trust the process. You are saying, I know it is done, and I trust that it will come to me in the perfect way and at the perfect time. This surrender is not a giving up, but a releasing of control. It is an act of faith, a declaration of your trust in the divine timing of the universe. And when you release your attachment, you make space for your desire to come to you. You are no longer holding on so tightly that you block the flow of abundance. You are allowing the universe to bring you what you want in the most effortless and harmonious way possible. So remember, it is done. Hold these words in your heart. Speak them with conviction. Feel them in your being, and then live from that state. Live as though your desires are already fulfilled. Feel the joy, the gratitude, and the peace of already having what you want. And watch as the universe brings your dreams into reality, effortlessly and perfectly. If you are chosen by God, there is a sacred responsibility placed upon you, one that cannot be easily understood by those who have not felt His calling. The world may tempt you to share all that is happening in your soul, but there are some things, precious, delicate things, that are best kept between you and your Creator. The more we learn to protect these divine matters, the more clearly we hear God's voice in our lives, and the more securely we walk in His plan. First, do not reveal your struggles and trials to just anyone. These difficulties are often the chiseling tools that God uses to shape you into the person He intends you to be. Sharing them with those who cannot grasp their significance may diminish their sacredness. There is a mystery in suffering, a refining fire that transforms the soul. In your trials, God is doing something greater than what the eye can see. And when you expose those moments to others, you may lose the wisdom He is trying to impart to you. Secondly, your relationship with God is intimate, personal, and unique. It is not something to be paraded in front of others for validation or approval. The depth of your communion with Him, the moments when His voice was to your heart, and the quiet revelations that occur in prayer, these are holy experiences meant for you alone. When we seek to share them carelessly, we risk making sacred moments into spectacles, missing their deeper purpose. Do not, under any circumstances, reveal your plans before they come to fruition. When God places a dream or vision in your heart, it is a seed that must be nurtured in silence and faith. Speaking of it too soon can open the door for doubt, misunderstanding, or even sabotage. The world may not be ready to understand what God is doing in your life, and in their confusion, they may try to pull you off the path He has set before you. Trust that God will give you the right time to act and the right time to speak, for His timing is perfect. Fourth, never expose the depths of your weaknesses to those who are not prepared to handle them. As chosen ones, we often feel the weight of our inadequacies, but these are the very places where God's strength is made perfect. Sharing these vulnerabilities indiscriminately can lead others to question God's work in your life, or to misuse that knowledge against you. Instead, lay your weaknesses at the feet of God, for He alone understands how they will become the foundation of your greatest victories. Lastly, be cautious in revealing the full extent of your blessings. When God pours out His grace and favor upon you, it can provoke jealousy or misunderstanding in others. There are those who may not be able to see the hand of God in your blessings, and they may seek to undermine or belittle them. This is not to say that you should hide the goodness of God, but be wise in how and when you share the abundance He has given. Let the overflow of His blessings in your life speak for themselves, rather than seeking to make a display of them. In this journey of being a chosen one, wisdom is your greatest ally. What you keep in your heart, close to God, becomes a wellspring of strength. Trust that He will guide you, that He knows the road ahead better than anyone, and that His hand is upon you always. The path of a chosen one is not an easy one. It is often marked by moments of profound isolation, where even those closest to you may fail to understand the weight of your calling. This is not because they lack love or care, but because God has entrusted you with a burden they are not meant to carry. There is a divine secrecy to the way God operates in the lives of His chosen. He works in the hidden places, in the quiet chambers of the heart, away from the noise of the world. What He reveals to you in these moments is precious, sacred, and not meant for everyone to know. This is why it is crucial to guard your heart and guard what He has shown you. The world is not kind to those who are different, and being chosen by God sets you apart in ways that others cannot easily comprehend. When you reveal too much of what God is doing in your life, you invite voices that may not be aligned with His purpose for you. These voices, whether well-meaning or not, can cloud your discernment and pull you away from the path God has set before you. It is essential, therefore, to learn the art of silence. Silence in the life of the chosen one is not weakness or fear, it is wisdom. Silence allows you to commune with God without interference. It gives you space to process His revelations and His instructions before the world's opinions try to sway you. The world will always have its opinions, its judgments, and its criticisms, but none of those can touch the sacred space between you and your Creator. That is where true strength lies. When God begins to work in your life, especially in ways that are visible to others, there will be a temptation to share every detail. You might feel the urge to explain yourself, to justify your actions, or to make sense of the blessings you receive. But remember, not every blessing is meant to be broadcasted. Some blessings are meant to be lived, to be internalized, and to be treasured quietly. When you boast of your blessings, you risk diminishing their true value and opening yourself to unnecessary scrutiny. There is also the danger of sharing prematurely. Often God is still in the process of shaping and molding your blessings, and they are not yet ready for the world to see. Imagine a potter at work, carefully crafting a piece of clay into a beautiful vessel. If that vessel is shown too soon, before it has been fully formed or fired in the kiln, it may appear unfinished or flawed. The same is true for the work God is doing in your life. If you reveal it too soon, before it has been fully developed, you may invite misunderstanding or criticism that could hinder the process. The same caution applies to sharing the trials you face. Every trial, every challenge, and every hardship has a divine purpose in the life of a chosen one. These trials are not random or meaningless. They are tailored specifically to you, to refine you, to strengthen your faith, and to draw you closer to God. When you share your trials with others, particularly those who are not walking the same path as you, they may not see the purpose behind your suffering. They may pity you, offer misguided advice, or even try to discourage you from enduring the hardship. But God sees the end from the beginning. He knows the purpose of your trials, and He alone knows when they will end. Trust Him with your suffering and resist the urge to seek validation or comfort from those who cannot understand its purpose. God's chosen ones are often misunderstood. The world does not easily accept those who walk to the beat of a different drum, especially when that drum is the calling of God. You may find yourself alienated, criticized, or even mocked for the choices you make. But remember, you are not living for the approval of the world. You are living for the approval of God. The moment you seek validation from others, you risk losing sight of the one who has called you. It is better to walk alone with God than to walk with the crowd without Him. Another reason to guard what God reveals to you is the presence of spiritual opposition. When you are chosen by God, you become a target for forces that seek to disrupt His plan. These forces are not always visible, but they are very real. The enemy thrives on division, doubt, and fear, and he will use any means necessary to plant these seeds in your heart. When you speak too freely about what God is doing in your life, you give the enemy a foothold. You expose yourself to attacks that could have been avoided if you had kept those matters between you and God. It is also important to remember that not everyone around you is walking the same path. Even among those who share your faith, there are different levels of spiritual maturity and understanding. What God reveals to you in your walk with Him may not make sense to others, and they may question or challenge what you are experiencing. This is why discernment is so crucial. Discernment allows you to know when to speak and when to remain silent. It allows you to filter the voices that are not in alignment with God's will for your life. In the life of a chosen one, there is a delicate balance between sharing your testimony and keeping the sacred things hidden. There will be moments when God calls you to share your story, to encourage others by revealing what He has done in your life. But there will also be moments when He calls you to keep silent, to treasure those experiences in your heart, and to allow them to shape you privately. It is in those private moments that God does His deepest work. Your relationship with God is the most important relationship in your life. It is the foundation of everything you are and everything you will become. Protect that relationship fiercely. Do not allow the opinions of others, the distractions of the world, or the schemes of the enemy to come between you and your Creator. There is a reason why God calls His chosen ones to walk a narrow path. It is a path that requires focus, dedication, and above all, trust in Him. Trust is the cornerstone of your walk with God. Trust that He knows what is best for you, even when it doesn't make sense to others. Trust that He is working in your life, even when the evidence is not yet visible. Trust that He is guiding you, even when the path ahead seems unclear. This trust is not something to be shared or explained, it is something to be lived. The more you trust God, the less you will feel the need to justify yourself to others. There will be times when God asks you to step out in faith, to take risks that seem impossible or illogical. In those moments, the temptation to seek reassurance from others will be strong. But remember, faith is not about what others can see or understand. It is about trusting in what God has spoken to you, even when no one else believes it. Do not let the doubts of others shake your faith. Stand firm in the knowledge that God has chosen you, and that He will equip you for whatever lies ahead. As you walk this path, you will begin to realize that the most powerful moments in your relationship with God are often the ones that are hidden from the world. They are the quiet moments of prayer, the whispered promises in the night, the still, small voice that speaks to your heart. These moments are not for public display, they are treasures to be kept close to your heart. They are the foundation of your strength, the source of your peace, and the reason why you can face the world with confidence, even when it doesn't understand you. Being chosen by God is both a gift and a responsibility. It is a calling that requires wisdom, discernment, and a deep trust in His plan. It is not for the faint of heart, but for those who are willing to walk in faith, even when the way is unclear. As you continue on this journey, remember that God's hand is upon you, guiding you, protecting you, and leading you into the fullness of His purpose. Guard what He has given you, and trust that in His time, all will be revealed according to His perfect will. The role of being one of God's chosen ones means you are set apart for something far greater than yourself. This higher calling comes with a unique set of responsibilities that may not always be understood by those around you. As you navigate this path, one of the greatest lessons you will learn is that discretion and silence are often your most powerful allies. This is not out of fear or distrust, but out of reverence for the sanctity of the work God is doing in you. When God moves in your life, He often does so quietly, behind the scenes, in ways that are not immediately visible to others. There is a reason for this. God's plans are not meant to be exposed before their time. In a world that constantly pushes for transparency, sharing, and openness, the idea of keeping certain things to yourself may seem countercultural. But the wisdom of God is different from the wisdom of the world. What the world calls secretive, God calls sacred. What the world might view as withholding, God sees as protection. You are called to protect what He has entrusted to you, your dreams, your struggles, your victories, until the time comes for them to be revealed. One of the most difficult challenges as a chosen one is knowing who to trust with the intimate details of your spiritual journey. Not everyone is equipped to handle the weight of your calling, and not everyone has the discernment to understand what God is doing in your life. There will be moments when you feel isolated, when it seems that no one truly understands the magnitude of what you are experiencing. This isolation, however, is often a tool God uses to deepen your relationship with Him. It is in the quiet, solitary moments that He speaks to you most clearly. It is when the noise of the world fades that you can hear His voice without distraction. As a chosen one, you are likely to experience spiritual insights, visions, or moments of revelation that others may not. These are precious gifts from God, not to be flaunted or shared carelessly. When you share divine revelations with those who are not ready to receive them, you risk diminishing their impact, or worse, inviting unnecessary confusion or skepticism. This can lead to doubt, not only in their hearts, but in yours as well. There is a sanctity to the revelations God gives you. They are meant to build your faith, to strengthen your spirit, and to guide you on your unique path. Sharing them with others too soon can dilute their power and distract you from their true purpose. The temptation to share what God is doing in your life can be strong, especially when you are excited about the changes He is making. But be mindful that not everyone will understand or appreciate what you are experiencing. Some may try to offer advice or opinions that, though well-meaning, are not aligned with God's will for you. Others may react out of jealousy or fear, attempting to pull you away from the very thing that God is calling you to. It is important to remember that your relationship with God is personal and sacred. While there may be times when God prompts you to share your story to inspire or encourage others, there are also times when He calls you to keep things between you and Him. Another aspect of being chosen by God is the understanding that not every part of your journey will make sense to those around you. God's ways are higher than our ways, and His thoughts are higher than our thoughts. What may seem illogical or even foolish to others may be part of a greater plan that only God can see. When you reveal too much of your journey, you open the door to judgment and criticism from those who do not share your vision. This can lead to doubt creeping into your own heart, causing you to second-guess the very things God has called you to do. There is also the reality that spiritual warfare is very real, and the enemy is always seeking to derail those who are walking closely with God. When you expose too much of what God is doing in your life, you may unintentionally give the enemy insight into your vulnerabilities or the areas where God is working to strengthen you. The enemy thrives on exploiting these areas of weakness. By keeping certain things between you and God, you shield yourself from unnecessary attacks and distractions that could hinder your spiritual growth. The world often misunderstands the nature of spiritual blessings. People may see the outward signs of God's favor on your life success, peace, joy, but they may not understand the inner transformation and the trials that accompany those blessings. Sharing your blessings too freely can lead to envy or misunderstanding. Others may think that you have received these blessings effortlessly, without recognizing the sacrifices and faith it took to get there. This can lead to resentment or worse, cause others to stumble in their faith, believing that God has favored you over them. There is wisdom in learning to move in silence. Not every victory needs to be announced, not every struggle needs to be shared, and not every blessing needs to be broadcast. There is strength in knowing that God is working in your life, even if no one else sees it. Trust that when the time is right, God will reveal what needs to be revealed in His way and in His time. Until then, hold close to Him and allow Him to continue shaping you in the hidden places. Being chosen by God also means that you will often be called to walk a path that is different from those around you. This can be lonely at times, but it is also a great privilege. You are not meant to blend in with the world, you are meant to stand apart, to be a light in the darkness. This distinction comes with a responsibility to guard what God has given you. The world may not understand your journey, but that is because they are not called to walk it. You must walk by faith, not by sight, trusting that God is leading you even when the road ahead is unclear. The more closely you walk with God, the more He will reveal to you. But with greater revelation comes greater responsibility. You are entrusted with knowledge and understanding that others may not have, and it is your duty to steward that well. This means knowing when to speak and when to remain silent, when to act and when to wait. It means being discerning about who you share your journey with, and recognizing that not everyone is meant to accompany you on this path. There is a deep wisdom in learning to guard the treasures of your heart. Your relationship with God, your trials, your victories, and your revelations are sacred. They are the foundation of your walk with Him, and they must be protected. In guarding these treasures, you are not being secretive or selfish, you are being wise. You are acknowledging the holiness of what God is doing in your life and recognizing that not everyone is equipped to understand or appreciate it. As a chosen one, you are called to live a life of faith, trust, and obedience. This means trusting God with the details of your life, even when you do not fully understand them yourself. It means being obedient to His voice, even when it calls you to remain silent or to keep certain things hidden. It means walking in the assurance that God is for you, even when the world seems to be against you. The journey of a chosen one is not an easy one, but it is a journey filled with purpose and divine direction. You may not always see the full picture, but you can trust that God does. He sees the end from the beginning, and He knows the plans He has for you. As you continue to walk this path, remember that you are not alone. God is with you every step of the way, guiding you, protecting you, and leading you into the fullness of His plan for your life. So hold tightly to the things He has revealed to you. Treasure the sacred moments, the whispered revelations, and the divine insights that He gives you. Protect them from the noise and distractions of the world, and trust that in His time, all will be revealed according to His perfect will. Let your silence be a testament to your faith, your discretion a reflection of your wisdom, and your trust in God a beacon of light that guides you through even the darkest of times. The journey you are on as one of God's chosen is a walk of faith, a trust that transcends understanding, and often it is shrouded in mystery. The unseen hand of God guides you, and while the world may pressure you to disclose every detail, you must resist this urge. Silence at times is not only golden but sacred. It preserves the holiness of your relationship with God, allowing His will to manifest without interference. Many times you will encounter those who, out of curiosity or even genuine concern, will want to know what is going on in your spiritual life. They may ask probing questions or offer unsolicited advice, thinking they are helping. but not all well-meaning advice aligns with the divine direction God has set for you. Their perspective may be limited to worldly wisdom, whereas your path is governed by a heavenly perspective. Sharing too much with those who are not walking with you can not only confuse them but also open you up to doubts that were not there before. Guarding your spiritual journey does not mean isolating yourself completely from community or fellowship, but it means discerning what parts of your journey are meant to be shared and which parts are meant to be kept in the quiet, sacred space between you and God. You must understand that there are times when God reveals something to you that is solely for your benefit, for your growth, for your strengthening. When you prematurely share these things, you risk exposing them to scrutiny, misunderstanding, and even spiritual attack. There is also a special kind of power that comes from keeping certain things between you and God. This power lies in the intimacy of the relationship. When you learn to trust God with the secrets of your heart, without the need for external validation, you are walking in true faith. Faith, by its very nature, does not require the approval or understanding of others. It is deeply personal, rooted in your trust in God's character and His promises. The world around you may be loud, filled with opinions, noise, and distraction, but your inner world, the one shaped by your walk with God, is quiet, still, and peaceful. You must also remember that the timing of revelation is critical in God's kingdom. Ecclesiastes tells us that there is a time for everything, and this includes a time for speaking and a time for silence. Not every season is a season for sharing. In fact, some of the most profound seasons of growth and preparation occur in the hidden, quiet places of our lives. Just as a seed must be planted in the dark soil before it can sprout, so too must your spiritual growth often occur in the quiet, unseen places before it can manifest outwardly. In this world, the concept of keeping things to oneself is often associated with selfishness or a lack of transparency. But in God's kingdom, discretion is a virtue. It shows that you trust God to bring forth what needs to be revealed when it is time. You are not withholding out of fear or pride, but out of wisdom and reverence for what God is doing. When you learn to move in silence, you free yourself from the need for external validation. You are no longer seeking approval from others, because you have found your approval in God. This allows you to walk confidently, even when others do not understand. Another reason to keep certain things to yourself is that not everyone around you is prepared to handle the weight of your calling. The dreams, visions, and purposes that God has placed in your heart are specifically designed for you. They are tailored to your gifts, your experiences, and your relationship with God. When you share these things with people who are not equipped to understand them, they may unintentionally project their own fears or limitations onto you. They may try to advise you from a place of their own experience, which might not align with the path God has for you. You must also be mindful that the enemy is always looking for opportunities to distract, discourage, or derail those who are walking closely with God. When you reveal too much, you may be giving the enemy a glimpse into the areas where God is working in your life. Spiritual warfare is real, and the enemy often uses the words and actions of others to sow doubt and confusion in the minds of those who are trying to follow God's plan. By keeping certain things between you and God, you protect yourself from these unnecessary attacks. It is important to remember that while your journey may be unique, you are not alone. God is with you every step of the way, and He is your ultimate source of guidance and strength. The isolation you may feel at times is not a sign that you are abandoned, but rather a sign that you are being set apart for something greater. God often uses seasons of solitude to prepare His chosen ones for the work He has for them. It is in these quiet moments that He shapes you, refines you, and equips you for the tasks ahead. As you continue on this journey, you will also discover that the rewards of silence far outweigh the temporary satisfaction of sharing prematurely. There is a deep, abiding peace that comes from knowing that you are walking in step with God's timing. This peace is not dependent on the approval or understanding of others, but on the assurance that God is in control. He sees the bigger picture, and He knows the perfect time for everything to be revealed. The more you walk in this trust, the more you will experience the fullness of what it means to be one of God's chosen ones. You will learn that the silence is not empty, but full of divine purpose. Every moment of waiting, every instance of holding back, is part of the greater plan God has for you. And when the time comes for your journey to be revealed, it will be far more powerful and impactful than if you had tried to force it into the light prematurely. Your silence will speak louder than words. It will testify to your faith, your trust in God, and your understanding that His ways are higher than ours. Your discretion will be a reflection of your wisdom, showing that you know the value of the treasures God has entrusted to you. And when the time comes, God Himself will reveal what needs to be revealed, in His way and in His time, for His glory. In the stillness of your heart, in the quiet moments that are shared only between you and God, you are being molded into the person He has called you to be. The silence you maintain is not a void, but rather a space filled with divine purpose, where God's voice is the loudest. The world around you may be clamoring for explanations, demanding answers, or seeking to understand the journey you're on, but their curiosity does not dictate the revelations you are meant to share. As you grow closer to God, you will find that not every truth is meant to be spoken aloud, not every vision is meant to be announced, and not every divine encounter is meant to be shared. There is profound wisdom in protecting the sacredness of your relationship with God. Imagine for a moment the intimacy between a father and his child. The whispered words of encouragement, the promises spoken in secret, the dreams that are nurtured in the quiet of that relationship, these are not meant to be shouted from the rooftops. They are meant to be cherished, held close, and allowed to grow in the heart until the right time. God's chosen ones, like a child held in the arms of a loving father, are often entrusted with divine secrets. These are not meant to be shared hastily or casually. Instead, they are meant to be pondered, prayed over, and kept in the heart until the moment comes when God says, "Now it's time." Many who walk in the world do not understand this kind of discretion. They live in a culture that celebrates oversharing, where the private becomes public in an instant, and the sacred is often treated as commonplace. But as one of God's chosen, you are called to live differently. You are called to guard what is holy. In the same way that a treasure is hidden and protected, the insights, revelations, and promises God gives you must be handled with care. They are treasures of the kingdom, not to be thrown carelessly before the world, but to be shared at the appointed time, for the appointed purpose. What happens when you reveal these sacred things too soon? There is a risk that the weight of their significance may be lost on those who are not prepared to receive them. Some will question, some will doubt, and others may even try to dismiss or diminish the very thing that God has placed on your heart. This is not because they are inherently malicious, but because they are not in tune with the spiritual depth of what is happening in your life. What is meaningful to you, what is life-altering for you, may not yet be understood by those around you. In these moments, your silence is an act of protection, not just for yourself, but for the sanctity of the journey you are on with God. There is a peace that comes with trusting God's timing. It frees you from the need to explain yourself or seek validation from others. When you rest in the knowledge that God is in control, you no longer feel the pressure to share everything that is happening within you. You understand that not every part of your journey needs an audience. Some things are meant to be worked out in the secret place of your relationship with God. In these moments of quiet, in the stillness of your spirit, you are being prepared for something greater. The dreams God has given you are being refined, the visions are being sharpened, and your faith is being strengthened. One of the greatest tests of faith is the ability to wait in silence. The world equates action with progress, noise with significance, and visibility with success. But God's ways are different. In His kingdom, growth often happens in the unseen places. Like a seed buried in the soil, your spiritual growth occurs in the quiet, dark places where no one can see. It is in these moments that your roots go deep, that your character is formed, and that your trust in God is solidified. When you learn to embrace the silence, you are not just waiting passively, you are actively trusting that God is at work, even when you cannot see it. This kind of trust requires a deep sense of security in your identity as God's chosen one. You do not need to prove yourself to anyone. You do not need to explain or justify the path you are on. You are walking in step with the Almighty, and that is enough. In the quietness of your heart, you can hear His voice more clearly, guiding you, comforting you, and directing your steps. When you are constantly sharing, explaining, or seeking validation, the noise of the world can drown out the voice of God. But in the silence, His voice becomes your anchor, steadying you in the midst of uncertainty. As you walk this path, you will also discover that silence is not a sign of weakness but of strength. It takes great courage to hold back when the world is pushing you to speak. It takes wisdom to know when to reveal and when to remain silent. And it takes faith to trust that God's timing is perfect, even when you are eager to share the wonderful things He is doing in your life. This kind of strength is not found in the world's definition of power, but in the quiet confidence that comes from knowing who you are in Christ. There is also a spiritual power in keeping certain things hidden until the right moment. When you move in silence, you are operating in a realm of faith that defies the natural. You are trusting that God will bring about the fulfillment of His promises in His time, without the need for human intervention. This kind of faith is powerful because it is rooted in the unseen. It is the kind of faith that pleases God, for without faith, it is impossible to please Him. When you keep certain things between you and God, you are exercising this faith, trusting that He is working behind the scenes in ways that you cannot yet see. This kind of discretion builds your spiritual discernment. You become more attuned to the leading of the Holy Spirit, more sensitive to His guidance. You learn to recognize when it is time to speak and when it is time to remain silent. This discernment is a gift, and it grows stronger the more you practice it. As you walk in obedience to the prompting of the Spirit, you will find that He leads you into greater wisdom, greater understanding, and greater depth in your relationship with God. The things you keep to yourself are not about secrecy for its own sake, but about honoring the sacredness of your relationship with God. It is about recognizing that some things are too precious to be shared before their time. It is about understanding that your journey with God is unique, and not everyone will understand it. And it is about trusting that God, in His infinite wisdom, knows the perfect time for everything to be revealed. As you continue on this path, may you find peace in the silence, strength in the waiting, and joy in the intimate moments you share with your Creator. May you walk confidently, knowing that you are chosen, loved, and guided by the One who holds all things in His hands. And may you always remember that some of the most powerful things in life are not spoken but lived. In the quiet journey of being one of God's chosen, there is a profound strength in keeping sacred things close to your heart. It is in the moments of silence, of waiting on God's perfect timing, that your faith deepens and your spirit strengthens. What you withhold is not out of secrecy, but out of reverence for the divine process unfolding in your life. As you trust God's wisdom, you walk in His purpose, knowing that what is meant to be revealed will come forth in His appointed time. Until then, hold on to the peace that comes from the stillness, knowing that the treasures of your heart are safe in the hands of the One who called you.